FNB Tower. By way of the FNB Tower, Sam Williamson, our board chair, is present. And Sam, I believe you do have a quorum.
Great. So I'm just going to provide a couple of brief introductory remarks, and then I think we're going to let staff and others kind of move on with the presentation here. But before I actually get into any details about how this meeting is going to unfold, I want to take a moment first and congratulate Representative Gainey on his victory last Tuesday.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm quite sure if we were not on Zoom here, you would hear a round of applause right now.
Thank you.
I mean, I think it's worth saying that over the last several years at the URA, we have worked really hard together to transform the structure and the focus of the URA to focus on equity and on using the tools available to us to build a fairer economy for all Pittsburghers. From intensifying the URA's focus on affordable housing to support for minority and women-owned developers and minority and women-owned businesses to rebuilding Black business districts and ensuring quality job creation across the board for URA-funded projects. And I know that when I say Representative Gainey wins in November, he'll incorporate those same principles and priorities into all aspects of city government, and the whole city will be better off for it. But for now, it's simply a time to say congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Sam. Thank you.
So to the work at hand, we called this virtual special board meeting of the Urban Redevelopment Authority of Pittsburgh for the purpose of briefing the board and the community on Lower Hill items, including Block G1, which is the proposed FNB Tower, and Block G4, which is the proposed public open space of the Lower Hill 28-acre development zone, and to talk about the Lower Hill LERTA District. This is a briefing. No formal board actions will be taken today. So even though the Block G development is located entirely within property owned by the SEA, the option agreement, which is the governing document for the Lower Hill site, also requires the URA board to give approvals prior to closing. So the goal today is to hear from the development team, to hear from community members and other stakeholders about this development. And we have provided continuing assurances that we're going to provide significant advance notice to any votes related to the Lower Hill, and several board actions are actually required before we do move forward with either G1 or G4. Those actions will not take place today, as I've said. The goal today is we want to hear the current status of the development itself. We want to hear the current status of negotiations regarding a community impact plan and how this development proposes to benefit the entire Hill District. Those are issues of critical importance to the URA leadership and I think this entire board. And then, the board itself will take time to deliberate before we hold a separate meeting for the purpose of actually entertaining a vote on these items. So there you see the agenda today. We are going to hear from staff briefings first, then a development team presentation second, and then public comment after the development team presentation. We felt like it was really fair for members of the public also to hear the development team presentation before having an opportunity to weigh in with public comment. So we put that part of the agenda last, and then after the meeting, as I said, the board will have some deliberations to take on, and in advance of a potential separate meeting where we would vote these actions. Let me just say one last thing before I turn it over, I think, to Diamante, which is that any frankly, fair reading of history, can only leave any of us with the conclusion that the Hill District community is owed far more than the URA alone, or even any one development alone can possibly provide. But it falls to us to ensure that we are doing everything possible to make sure that the benefits of any redevelopment that takes place in the Lower Hill flow uphill and benefit the entire community in ways that will make the community and the city a better place for current and future Pittsburghers, hopefully for generations to come. So with that, I think Diamante, are you the first up? Unless any other board members want to sort of make any other opening remarks.
All right, Sam, I think you did a great overview there. So I have asked Julie Edwards, who has been the lead project manager on the Lower Hill with respect to the FNB Towers blocks G1 and G4. So I've asked Julie to prepare a presentation for the board and for the public to detail where the development currently stands from a technical perspective, and to provide a general overview of the community benefit agreements and what's being proposed at this juncture by the developer. We will also display a scorecard, which is a scan of the Lower Hill Executive Management Committee's assessment of whether or not a good faith effort has been demonstrated to continuously work on aligning with the community benefits. I do want to clarify that it is a point in time representation and should not be used as a way of conflating the entire EMC's viewpoint. We did our very best to try to scan the body and understand, do a barometer check as to where folks are. But I think that the public and the board should listen to all of the public comment, as I believe that several EMC members may want to speak on their own behalf. And I think that they should have the right to do that and to represent their own voice. The scorecard that you see is the staff's response to the board's request that we give some sort of objective assessment as to alignment with the CSIP, and our best effort to try to do that assessment. We felt like it should come from the EMC itself and not be some representation of what we here as staff feel. So want to clarify that for the public. And with that, Julie, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Next slide, please, Dylan. And one more. Great. So it's been a little bit over a year since the board has seen this project. So we wanted to start out with a recap of what occurred at the last special board meeting in May of 2020 when Block G was voted on. One thing that happened was that staff gave briefings on several sets of guidelines. First, the draft, go back one, Dylan, I'm sorry. Thank you. First, there was a briefing on the draft Greater Hill District Reinvestment Fund guidelines. There's another briefing on those guidelines today that have been updated. Second, there was a briefing on the draft retained amount guidelines. And third, there was a briefing on the draft Hill District Housing Reinvestment Account guidelines, the fund that would be monetized through the parking tax diversion on Block E. Next slide. The board took several actions related to Block G. Pursuant to the option agreement, the URA gave preliminary approval to Lower Hill Developer LLC, an affiliate of the Buccini Polling Group, as the redeveloper for G1. Also pursuant to the option agreement, the URA gave preliminary approval for the conceptual development plan for Block G1. And additionally, the board communicated its intent for the developer and the executive management committee to work together to reach agreement on a community impact plan that's consistent with the CSIP. Staff was further directed to provide guidance and an assessment on whether those efforts have occurred, and there will be more information on that later in the presentation, as Diamante said. Next slide. The last thing that happened in May was there were a couple other Lower Hill related votes. The board voted to amend previous resolutions to extend deadlines for Block E. And the board also voted to enter into an MOU with Partner for Work. Next slide. Okay, so we'll start off with an overview of the FNB Tower. Go ahead to the next slide, Dylan. So this is a site plan of blocks G and F. Block G will be subdivided into 4 parcels. parcel G1, G2, G3, and G4. Currently, the redeveloper is focused on G1 and G4. To the south of Block G, the redeveloper is currently working to vacate the right-of-way between Logan Street and Washington Place. And if approved, that property would become part of Block F, owned by the SEA. Block F2 is planned to be urban open space, and it would connect to the planned G4 public open space. Next slide, please. A couple of key elements that we wanted to point out about G1, the FNB Tower. This is about a 1.39 acre site. The redeveloper is proposing a 26-story office tower that's 418 feet tall. Buildings of similar height in downtown include the Alcoa building on 6th Avenue that's adjacent to Mellon Square. It's about 410 feet tall, about 31 floors. Another building similar in size is the EQT Plaza building on Liberty Avenue. It's about 430 feet tall, 32 floors. Total building size is set to be about 547,888 square feet. Of that, there will be about 437 square feet of office space, about 35,000 square feet of retail, and 108 parking spots. The redeveloper and the property owner is a newly formed single purpose entity called Office Partners 23 Block G1 LLC. It's a Delaware corporation. The ownership of the newly formed single purpose entity is a combination of BPG, PAR, Clay Cove Capital, and FNB. And the redeveloper will talk a little bit more about that ownership structure in their presentation. Another thing I want to note about the tower is after the real estate closing, the redeveloper will file a declaration of condominium to create 4 commercial condos on G1. The anchor tenant of the office tower is set to be First National Bank. They'll lease about 165,000 square feet of space in the building. Sustainability-wise, they're aiming to achieve LEED Silver certification, and the total development cost for the G1 tower is estimated at about $230 million. Key elements of the G4 project. This is proposed to be about 0.67 acres of publicly accessible open space. And G4 is envisioned to be a series of terraced areas and stepped pathways that transition up to a central lawn area. The grade from Washington Place is much lower than it is on Logan Street above. So there are stramps and ramps that connect up to the plaza. In the future, this green space will connect to the future urban open space on Block F. The redeveloper on this project is the same, it's Office Partners. One thing that's different is the owner will be an entity called the Lower Hill District Conservancy. The Lower Hill District Conservancy is a to-be-formed Pennsylvania unincorporated association that will serve the purpose of owning and maintaining public open space on the Lower Hill site. Members of the Conservancy will consist of the future owners of developed property on the Lower Hill site. The URA and the SEA will not be a party to the Conservancy. And in planned developments like this, I think it is fairly common to have an association that's formed to manage the common areas and have the owners pay an assessment. Some of the URA's developments like the Pittsburgh Technology Center, the Southside Works, and Washington's Landing all have owners associations. They're formed a little bit differently, but I think the premise is the same. There's an association that's formed to maintain the common areas, and the owners within the developments pay an annual fee or an assessment to do so. The total development cost on the public open space on G4 is about $3.3 million. And one thing I want to note about this is the URA board has not formally seen or voted on the G4 project. As of yet, redeveloper is seeking both preliminary and final approvals at the same time. Next slide, please. So as Sam mentioned, the option agreement is the governing document for the Lower Hill, and it lays out a 15-step approval and procedure process. This process is similar to the URA's standard disposition process, but it's not identical. So I put this slide together just to kind of show where we're at in the process. So for G1, the developer is in between preliminary board approval and final board approval. They have submitted a takedown notice. They have a couple of outstanding items which they're working to get to us. We keep seeing more information trickle in every day. And with Block G4, they've also submitted a takedown notice. Takedown notices are pretty similar to our redevelopment proposal package. They have a lot of information about the project. And Again, the redeveloper is working to submit that outstanding information. And again, I want to note the developer is seeking preliminary and final board approvals at the same time. One other thing to note about this slide is city council approval is not applicable. In the option agreement, city council approval is only required for the Melody tent site, which is URA owned. Next slide, please. So Hannah and Nathan put together what we believe are the actions that the board needs to take in June. So first we'll talk about G1 and then we'll talk about G4. So staff will be seeking 4 approvals related to block G1 at the June meeting. The first approval is final board approval pursuant to the comprehensive option agreement among the URA, the SEA, and PAR for the takedown of block G1. This action would give PAR the right to develop block G1 in a manner that's consistent with plans presented to and approved by the Department of City Planning for the FNB Tower. This is consistent with the option agreement between the URA, the SEA, and PAR, which granted PAR the right to purchase block G1 from the SEA, its current owner. This option right is subject to the terms and conditions laid out in the option agreement. The second board action is final board approval of Office Partners 23 Block G1 LLC as a redeveloper for the takedown of block G1. This action approves PAR's designated redeveloper for block G1, Office Partners. It gives Office Partners the right to buy the land, finance the real estate deal, have builders build the project, and manage the FNB Tower development process from beginning to end. Pursuant to the option agreement, PAR is able to act as the master developer, or it can designate one or more redevelopers for the site. So in this case, PAR is designating Office Partners as its redeveloper for the site. The third board act, and then I want to note board action 2 cannot advance unless and until board action 1 is approved. The third board action is final approval of the takedown of block G1. And this action would authorize the transfer, it would authorize the SEA to transfer title for block G1 to PAR. Board action 3 cannot advance to a vote unless and until board actions 1 and 2 are approved. The fourth action is that the proper officers and agents of this authority are authorized and directed to take all actions and execute such documents as are related and proper to affect the terms of the foregoing. That means that provided actions 1, 2, and 3 are approved, the URA's board approval of action 4 would allow URA leadership and staff to sign the documents necessary to get this development to closing and through post-construction. So those are going to be the 4 actions that we believe we will be asking the board to entertain at its June meeting. No votes today, but this is a preview of what you can expect to receive in front of you. Next slide, please. So these are what we believe to be the actions related to G4, they are similar to G1, but they're a little bit different. So number 1 is the preliminary and the final approval pursuant to the option agreement among the URA, the SEA, and PAR for a conceptual development plan for the takedown of G4. Again, this action gives PAR the right to develop G4 in a manner that's consistent with the plans presented to and approved by the Department of City Planning for public open space. Item number 2 is preliminary and final approval of Office Partners 23 Block G1 LLC as the redeveloper and Lower Hill District Conservancy, the to be formed Pennsylvania Unincorporated Association as the property owner and conservator. So this action would permit Office Partners the rights to finance the real estate deal, have builders build the project, manage the public open space development process from beginning to end, and it would give ownership and management of this public open space to the to be formed conservancy. Board action 2 can't advance unless and until board action 1 is approved. Board action 3 is final approval of the takedown of block G4. This action authorizes the SEA to transfer title for block G4. Again, board action 3 cannot advance to a vote unless and until board actions 1 and 2 are approved. The last board action is the same as G1. The proper officers and agents of this authority are authorized and directed to take all actions and execute such documents as are related and proper to affect the terms of the foregoing. So provided that board actions 1, 2, and 3 are approved, the URA's board approval of Action 4 allows URA leadership and staff to sign the documents necessary to get this development to closing and post-construction. So those are the actions that we believe will be on the agenda for the June voting meeting related to Block G4.
Thanks, Julie. So is David Geiger going to present the next piece of this?
Yeah, I can take this one.
So I thought, okay.
Good afternoon, members of the board. As a reminder, the Community Collaboration and Implementation Plan, or CCIP, describes goals, strategies, and processes for maximizing inclusion of the Greater Hill District community and its residents in certain aspects of the project. The plan is meant to be implemented by a 9-member executive management committee, which includes 3 representatives from PAR, 3 from the community, and 3 from governmental public partners. The committee works with project stakeholders to work towards these goals, strategies, and processes associated with the 7 focus areas you currently see on your screen. Next slide. At the May 2020 URA board meeting, the board asked the developer and the EMC to give best efforts to reach agreement on a community impact plan that is consistent with the CCIP. After a year of start-stop negotiations, on May 3rd, 2021, the development team shared a letter with the Hill District community committing to a series of community benefits. URA staff has attempted to match these commitments to CCIP focus areas. I will not go into detail on each commitment, but I would like to call out certain highlights. Next slide, please. So the upfront capitalization of $7.5 million in LERTA funding for the Greater Hill District Neighborhood Reinvestment Fund is meant to fund any activity consistent with the CCIP, and monetization allows community priorities to be funded now and not wait until after construction is complete. I'd also like to call out the Block E parking tax diversion, which is listed here. This is supposed to go to a Hill District specific affordable housing account, but it is important to note that this will only happen if the Block E project closes and moves forward and is not a development parcel that's being discussed at this meeting or teed up for a vote at our next meeting. So I'm sure the development team will want to discuss the other funds that are listed on this page, so I won't dwell on them for too much longer. Dylan, next slide. Thank you. So on this slide, you can see additional funding committed to Hill District small businesses and a commitment towards completing the curtain call project. The development team is also renovating space at the Hill House to locate a First Source Center there. And they're also exploring ways that a community-driven crowdsourcing fund can be established. Next slide. On this slide, you can see additional support for entrepreneurs, further MWBE commitments, and a general commitment to continued partnership around efforts to alleviate poverty and advance generational wealth are committed to by the team. Once again, I just want to emphasize that these are the commitments that were included in a May 3rd, 2021 letter, which is sort of the last public document we've seen. I do know that the EMC and the development team have been negotiating back and forth since the release of this letter, but this is what staff had on hand, and this was our best attempt to line up the commitments being proposed in that letter to the CCIP focus area that we believe that it met. So if there are no further questions at this time, I'll turn it back over to my colleague, Julie Edwards, to describe how we worked with the CCIP EMC to evaluate the proposals on the screen.
Thanks, David. So staff put together and circulated a virtual scorecard to EMC members in an effort to be able to give the guidance and compliance assessment that the board was asking for. The CCIP has 9 members, and 7 out of the 9 members filled out that virtual scorecard. We asked them a total of 15 questions, and the average completion time was about 14 minutes. Go ahead to the next slide, Dylan. So the first thing we asked EMC members to do was to score the project for compliance for each of the 7 CSIP focus areas based on the following scale. 1 means current efforts do not meet the CSIP goal. 2 would mean an unsatisfactory alignment with the CSIP goal. 3 would be satisfactory. 4, significant alignment. And 5, the project is on target to exceed the CSIP goal. So you can see in the chart below how each of them scored based on the 7 responses that we got. The project scorecard is above satisfactory on every focus area except for housing, and we don't think that's applicable because the project itself has no residential. The focus area that scored the highest is MWBE inclusion, and second was a tie between wealth building initiatives and cultural and community legacy initiatives. The cumulative average score between all of these is 3.4, so in between satisfactory and significant alignment. Next slide, please. We also asked EMC members to grade the developer's CSIP alignment efforts using a grading scale, A through F. So up at the top, you can see the key where that rust color represents an A, orange represents a B, so on and so forth. The further left it is on this chart, the higher grade it's scoring. So overall, MWBE inclusion scored the highest again. Second was cultural and community legacy initiatives. And if we had to give an overall grade, I would say it's between a B and a B minus overall cumulative grade.
Julie, if I may, I want to interject, and just so that the public is clear, that one of the areas where we want to see from our assessment continued work and due diligence is specifically on coordinated community development strategies. A couple of the core scorecard respondents, particularly those from the community, wanted to see that become more intentional, and for those strategies that are being talked about to materialize into action. So I think there are some opportunities to do that. And as David said at the top of the call, the Lower Hill EMC and the development team are in active discussions about how to make sure that this becomes a living, breathing way of assessing how well they're doing. And this, again, is a snapshot in time based on the respondents to the scorecard.
Thanks for that. Go ahead to the next slide, Dylan. The third thing we asked EMC members to do is to look at the community benefits that were promised in the letter to the community dated May 3rd and mark whether they believed those community commitments aligned, did not align, or exceeded CSIP goals. So you can see that dark blue color shows that it exceeds the original intent, gray shows that it aligns, and the rust color shows that it does not align. And I broke this into 2 slides just so we could fit them all and you could read them. So the highest aligning or exceeding with the CSIP is the monetization of the LERTA and the future upfront monetization of the parking tax diversion to capitalize the Hill District Housing Reinvestment Account. I'll leave this up for a second so you can look at them because there's several on this screen.
And where it's noted that it does not align with the CSIP goals, I think that those may be areas where where they want to continue to have discussions with the development team. And a few of the qualitative responses were very clear that although they are providing a response to the scorecard, it does not mean that those discussions should stop or cease, and they must continue. So I just want to make sure that we're being very clear about the quantitative data that's being presented here.
Definitely. All right, let's go to the next slide and look at the remainder of the community commitments. So again, that gray color shows alignment, dark blue shows that they believe it exceeds the original intent, and then that rust color does not align. I'll leave this up for a second so you can check them all out. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. Closing out the scorecard, we asked 3 yes or no questions. So first we asked, do you believe this project and proposed benefits seek to positively affect the greater Hill District? All 7 EMC members that responded to the survey said yes. We asked, do you believe that this project and proposed community benefits align with the needs of Hill District residents and stakeholders? And again, all EMC members that responded to the survey said yes. And finally, do you believe the developer and or their partners have worked in good faith to work with the EMC and align with the CSIP goals? And again, all 7 members that responded to the survey said yes. Go ahead to the next slide. And the last thing we asked was an open-ended question. We said, please provide any additional comments you have regarding G1 and G4 projects. And we pulled out an anonymous response from one of the EMC members, and I want to read it out loud. So this EMC member said, parcel G1 and G4 are the catalytic beginning for the realization of best aspirations of the CSIP for the development of the lower, middle, and upper hill. Groundwork being undertaken now provides reasonable expectation that ultimately significant outcomes will flow from present and ongoing good faith efforts and collaborations by the developer to continue to align with the CSIP goals and the EMC. Much remains to be done, of course, but I am encouraged by the prospects. Go ahead to the next slide.
So Julie, before we move on, I also want to clarify for the board, because we want to make sure that you have a robust response, and we knew that, you know, the scorecard would capture most of it. I do believe that the 2 EMC members that did not respond to the scorecard are prepared to provide public comment later in the meeting. So I ask that you keep the scorecard top of mind, and then also append what it is that those additional EMC members would like to add to the record. Okay. I'm sorry, and actually there are 3 EMC members who would like to speak. So I ask that you keep an open, remain open for those appending comments.
Before we move on to the LERTA presentation, can we just pause to see if any members of the board have any questions about the CSIP responses that were just reviewed? That was a lot of information pretty quickly.
I did, Sam, but it sounds like they're going to be addressed later. I wanted to talk about who hadn't voted and what that meant. But.
Are we taking, Sam, questions generally now, or just CSIP?
I mean, I was pausing just because that was a lot of CSIP questions, but if CSIP information, but if you have a question about any of the material that's already been presented, I think you should just interject whenever you want to.
Okay, well, this is a little further back about the green space in particular. I think I might have missed it, but who and what entities will be responsible for maintaining the green space, as well as the public easement as well?
So the entity that would be responsible for maintaining the open space is the Lower Hill District Conservancy. It's a to be formed unincorporated association, and the members of that association will be the future owners of the development sites within the district. They'll pay, I think, annual assessments that will provide for funds to do maintenance on site. So it's like an HOA, like a homeowners association, but for a commercial project, if that helps.
Sure. And then the rest of the space, like the maintenance of the actual, right of way and all that other stuff, will that be the city's responsibility, or the entity that will also be taking care of the green space, or the open space?
Yeah, so for blocks G and F, the right of way, the developer is actually trying to vacate that right of way right now. And if they're successful in doing so, then that right of way would become the SEA's property that would be eventually conveyed to the developer. And in this case, it would be urban open space, so it would be conveyed to the Conservancy. So they'd be responsible for that. Other right of ways, the city would be responsible for maintenance.
Just to follow up on the public space, so I mean, I understand sort of the ownership and maintenance some, but who controls usage? If it's a public space, how does that work in terms of what can and can't occur in this, like, public activities?
I think the developer unmuted themselves. If they want to answer that question, I'll defer to them. Maybe not.
Julie, if you can hear us in the conference room, this is very much a part of our presentation about activation and usage of the open space. So if it's okay, I think we'd like to address it as part of the overall presentation.
That seems
fine.
fine.
And then just for clarity as well about the CSIP scorecards, we're using them at this point as just a kind of check-in to the board and community on where we stand. They're not, is it baked into the approval process, or is it meant to be more of a, again, snapshot of, you know, are we meeting the goals and missions of the CSIP?
I would have to defer to the board. I think what was asked for back in May was a way of making sure that there was a linear process to check in with the Lower Hill EMC well before decisions were made, and to be thoughtful about how that information was gathered. And so we think that between doing a scorecard and, you know, public comment and, you know, and the ability for any Lower Hill EMC member to, you know, contact the board, we think that we can get a pretty clear assessment of where they are overall, even though, as I said, they're not a monolith, and there are, you know, and they are very thoughtful about how they look at CSIP alignment. And I think it means something different to everybody. And so we're just, you know, trying to make sure that we create a forum for those discussions to be had. I will leave it to the board as to how that filters into your decision making. I think that's under the sovereignty of the board.
Yeah, we certainly are in no way like formally bound to that scorecard, but it's one data point. It's one way of assessing like what the, you know, the committee whose job it is or have taken on the responsibility of monitoring and enforcing the CSIP, how they view this project at this particular point in time, even while negotiations on certain issues are ongoing, and we're still a few weeks out from a potential vote on this. So it's really just one data point for us.
Sam, do we have any type of indication or reason why the other two board members didn't submit anything at all?
I suspect that they will cover that when they provide public comment later. Some of it's some of it was in there was written public comment that was sent to the URA in advance of the meeting. It's probably as good as any as a place to say that when it comes to public comment, I think for this meeting, you know, we only had about 10 or 12 people registered in advance to provide live online public comment, but we prepared a way to unmute any other members of the public who want to speak to us and provide their, you know, their feedback and their input and their view on this development. So we'll be opening up public comment to anybody who's in the meeting. And the written public comment that was sent in, I'll read it, or one of us can read it, unless the people who provided the public comment are also providing live public comment. But, you know, I think Glenn Grayson and Marimba Malyans, I know both of them provided substantial written public comment, and I believe are both present and prepared to provide live public comment. So I would let them speak for themselves.
Tracy McCants Lewis is also registered for public comment, and I believe she's a representative on the EMC, as is Tyann Battle, who's also a Lower Hill EMC representative.
So, okay. Thanks, Julie. LERTA?
Thank you, Sam. My name is Hannah Swannebeck. I am an associate attorney in the URA's legal department, and I will be reintroducing the board and the members of the public in attendance today on the relevant LERTA this afternoon. In 2015, a local economic revitalization tax assistant district, also known as a LERTA district, was formed in the Lower Hill neighborhood. The LERTA district includes the entire option premises. On the right-hand side of this slide, you will see a map, and it displays the approximate boundaries of the Lower Hill LERTA district, and you will see that that is demarcated in blue. The Lower Hill LERTA district was formed for two primary reasons. Firstly, to satisfy the CSIP and leverage investments within the option premises to fund programs and capital improvements within the Greater Hill district. Additionally, it was to provide a funding source for public infrastructure and other eligible improvements on the Lower Hill site, and once again, within the Greater Hill district generally. Under the LERTA cooperation agreement signed in 2015, the URA was designated as and accepted the role of the the Lower Hill LERTA administrator. Dylan, next slide, please. Thank you. Under the cooperation agreement, the three taxing bodies, being the city, the county, and the school district, each dedicated $250,000 of the real estate tax increment generated from each pledged parcel within the LERTA district for 10 years following development. The co-op directed the URA as administrator to divert 50% of the funds into the Greater Hill District Reinvestment Fund and 50% of the funds into the Lower Hill Development Fund. In 2019, the co-op was modified so that PAR was permitted to retain the funds originally destined for the Lower Hill Development Fund. This half of the tax increment is known as the retained amount, which will be discussed on the next slide. The development team is committed to capitalizing the funds earmarked for the Greater Hill District Reinvestment Fund at the Block G financial closing. Please note, however, that all preliminary URA board approvals that were authorized last May 2020, were conditioned upon confirmation acceptable to URA staff that the Greater Hill District Reinvestment Fund would be monetized at the real estate closing. Thank you, Dylan. As the LERTA administrator, URA was tasked with creating guidelines for eligible uses of the retained amount. Under the guidelines presented to the URA board in May 2020, PAR is required to submit an application for proposed retained amount investments 60 days before soliciting URA board approval on the application. Eligible uses of the retained amount include public infrastructure improvements, which could include things like roadways, tunnels, easements, structured parking facilities, as well as privately owned infrastructure and redevelopment activities that, quote, serve the public interest. Some examples that can be found in the guidelines there are affordable housing and urban open space improvements. Each application requires a non-refundable $5,000 fee to the URA. After an application is reviewed and approved by the URA board, the redeveloper is required to submit reports to the URA in June and December of each year. These biannual reports are to detail the actual investments funded with the retained amount, any associated inspection reports from the actual investments, and an accumulative accounting of LERTA benefits. There is also a 1% fee to be given to the school district to come out of the retained amount. 1/2 of the percent is from, the retained amount, and 1/2 is from the Greater Hill District Reinvestment Fund. And now I will hand it over to David to speak about the Greater Hill District Reinvestment Fund.
Thank you, Hannah. The Greater Hill District Reinvestment Fund is meant to fund the goals and objectives outlined in the CSIP, as you can see in the eligible uses laid out on this slide. Applications for funding will be directed to a community advisory board. Last May, I was pleased to inform this board that through negotiations with the EMC, we were able to broaden the explicit uses, rework a conflict of interest policy, update the advisory board members, among other small technical and administrative changes. Since then, and through further negotiations with stakeholders, we were able to overhaul the background narrative to accurately reflect the Hill CDC's role in helping create this fund. We established a co-chair structure and power for those co-chairs. We provided the Hill CDC with annual operating funds and shifted elected officials from voting to ex officio members of the community advisory board. I think it's important as an anti-displacement measure to pass the guidelines before or concurrently with the first final development approvals so that a fund can be established, a community advisory board can meet and get organized, and applications can start making their way through the process so that priorities in the middle and upper hill get funded as work begins on the lower hill. I think Julie has the next step. And Dylan, sorry, a couple more slides ahead.
Dylan, if you'll go to the one that just says LERTA at the top, it lists the board actions to be considered in June. I think it's like 2 or 3 slides ahead. There you go. Good. So these are the future actions that we believe will be taken at the June meeting in regards to the LERTA. The first one is authorization to amend the LERTA by entering into a first amendment to the Declaration of Restricted Covenants, and authorization to accept funds and execute any documents necessary for the authority to administer the LERTA pursuant to the co-op. If approved by the board, this action would allow URA staff to update the recorded LERTA Declaration of Restricted Covenants to reflect the 2019 letter agreement that permits PAR to keep 50% of the real estate taxes generated on future Lower Hill site development, which is the retained amount for the eligible uses that are identified in the retained amount guidelines. The second action is approval of the Lower Hill Local Economic Revitalization Tax Assistance District retained amount guidelines. If approved, this action would set forth the eligible uses of the retained amount and the processes which PAR must follow to utilize the retained amount. LERTA board action number 2 must be approved prior to or simultaneously with number 3, which is approval of the optionee's application for the proposed retained amount investments. We just received a detailed outline of their proposed uses, I think last night, and we'll be looking over that in the coming days for its compliance. And per the draft guidelines, the URA needs to approve the uses of the LERTA funds prior to the start of construction. The fourth board action to be considered is approval of the Greater Hill District reinvestment guidelines. And if approved by the board, this action would result in the adoption of the guidelines for utilizing the LERTA derived funds not retained by PAR for the reinvestment fund. Fund monies shall be made available for eligible projects and investments in the Hill District community. And then this fifth action is the same authorization that was presented to and adopted by the board in May of 2020, that it is the intent of the authority that the redeveloper and the executive management committee of the CSIP give their best efforts to reach agreement on a community impact plan, and that such community impact plan is consistent with the CSIP and with the community impact plan put forward by the development team in April of 2020. Again, URA staff will provide guidance and a compliance assessment to the board to assist in assessing whether such efforts have been made in advance of future votes. So those are the 5 actions that we believe need to be considered at the June voting meeting. And that concludes the staff presentation.
Great, thank you very much. So now we're going to hear from the development team.
Thank you so much. And first, I'd like to congratulate Mayor-elect Gady on winning this historic election. We look forward to working with you for many years to come and meeting you in person. Very excited to advance the takedown of G1, G4 parcels for the FNB Financial Center. And before we jump in, I also wanted to thank the URA staff for their diligent prep, the Fair Pittsburgh for all future generations, and also the tremendous amount of work that went into the CSIP scorecard. Thank you very much for that. Very, very appreciative of it. If we go to the next slide, it's an overview of the team. Thank you so much. And just some of that are in the room today. My name is Chris Buccini. I'm president of the Buccini Poland Group. We have Bomani House, who is our VP of Development and leading our Pittsburgh office. My partner, Amici Akaf from Clay Cove Capital, and Boris Kaplan from Buccini Poland Group as well, and Craig Dunham from Dunham Regroup, and Becky Landome from Buchanan Ingersoll. We also have, not in the room with us today, other members who are here, including members from the Gensler architecture team who are here to answer questions, as well as Dr. Kimberly Ellis, who works with the Buccini Poland Group and is our Director of Community Engagement. So very excited to introduce this team to the URA today. Not on this list, but very important, is my partner, Wesley Schwann, who oversees BPGS construction and is working very, very diligently towards a July groundbreaking for this project, as well as PJ Dick, who will be the general contractor, and is working community engagement and as well as getting subcontracts going. If we go to the next page, please. We've been busy since we were last in front of you all probably a year ago. I think it was May of 2020. A few of the highlights. This is a fully financed project. So of the $230 million, 100% of that is accounted for. We're very proud to be partnered with FNB Bank, who will be providing a senior loan of $170 million. This is without a doubt one of the largest office construction loans in America right now. And as I'm sure everyone can understand, in the middle of a global pandemic, there just aren't a lot of office building construction loans out there. So very proud of their commitment to this project. And of the $47 million of equity, to have FNB Bank putting up half of the equity, and also to have my long-term friend and 20-year partner, Amici Aka, committing his firm, Clay Cove Capital, one of the largest minority-owned real estate investment firms in America, committing here. And for the wider audience, Amici and I first invested in Pittsburgh when we bought the People's Natural Gas headquarters in the North Shore almost 5 years ago. And Amici was the one who had originally introduced me to Pittsburgh and pushed me to invest here. So happy that we're doing the second project in Pittsburgh together. And the LERTA is, it's been a lot of work getting this, the monetization of the 10 years of real estate taxes monetized day one, and FNB is providing that financing, which we will guarantee to the bank, and that'll happen at closing as well. In terms of major entitlements, very exciting to have Planning Commission unanimous approval just 3 weeks ago. You know, environmental, DOMI, stormwater is all as well, and we have applied for our building permit as well for this project, and sent in the fee and the permit. We have spent $5 million on the project to date. Why does that matter? A lot of that is here in the local community, and 40% is with minority and women-owned businesses. We've made this large spend so that we have final construction drawings and we're ready to go. We have the team in place. It's been an incredible public-private partnership to date, and we have our anchor tenant commitment in FNB. Not only are they our partner, not only are they our senior lender, but they're committing for nearly 50% of the office space in this tower. And they're really the ones who have pushed to create an iconic building in downtown Pittsburgh, the likes of which have not been built in decades here, and a project that I think we will all be very proud of for many decades. The next slide, please. We are, and I apologize if I keep saying we're very proud, but there's so many people involved in this project, and this is just a small summary of or overview of the leadership of this project. 11 members, so the people that are highlighted in yellow are all from the Hill District. And so not only do we have a Hill District, someone who was born and raised and a resident of the Hill District in Bomani House as the VPG leader and head here in Pittsburgh of this project, but we also have Dr. Lee Kimberly Ellis, who has joined the team long-term as well. But you can see here, everyone in yellow is a Hill District resident. And then in addition to the CSIP scorecard, which we're very appreciative that was done for this today, we also wanted to show this community video of people in the neighborhood that we've reached out to. So if you wouldn't mind clicking on where it says community video in the bottom left.
Hey, Dylan, there's no sound. Bear with just a moment. We need to make sure the audio is enabled correctly.
I'm Howard Graves. I'm the founding principal of Gray's Design Group Architects. We're locally headquartered in downtown city of Pittsburgh. We're the oldest and largest African American firm in Western Pennsylvania. We had an opportunity to engage with the Buccini polling group, who essentially invited us to the team along with Gensler. We are working directly in concert with Gensler on the FNB Tower, which has various aspects to it. One of which is to create a community space along the historical corridor of Wiley Avenue. It's the opportunity to bring a vibrant community back that had been there previously. It will encourage entertainment and growth, economic prosperity. We think it's a way that people will find an opportunity to engage with others, discover both themselves and the greater Pittsburgh community. We think that the outreach that occurred by the BPG group with the local community has been stellar. I think a lot of partners are very grateful for the level of output, the level of minority participation on the project, which is unprecedented in the city of Pittsburgh.
Hi, I'm Carmen Page. I'm a lifelong resident of the Hill District, homeowner, and I want to say historic Hill District. But I also wanted to say that I totally support the FNB project in the Lower Hill, and I wanted to move forward so that we as a community can enjoy and benefit. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Carol Baker. I am the supervisor and president of the Samuel J. Jones Funeral Home, which is located in the Hill District on Wiley Avenue. I am in support of the Lower Hill District development, and I think it should proceed without further delay.
My name is Gil Lowe. I'm a business owner in the Hill District. My company is Crenshaw Capital, and I'm in support of the FNB development. My name is Jerry Hughes. I'm the sole proprietor of Jerry's Pizzeria in the Hill District. I'm asking everybody who lives in the Hill, owns and operates a business in the Hill, please stand behind his support. The construction, the finance is going on with the FNB building down on the lower side of Bedford. Strengthening our community is very, very, very important. Part of why I opened up a business here. That's what lived in.
My name is Lorraine Munson. I'm a longtime Hill District resident, and I'm full support of the Lower Hill project going forward. Now, hello, I'm Marcia Scott. I'm a lifetime Hill District resident. I am in support of the FNB project moving forward without delay.
Hey, how you guys doing? I'm Steve Rucker, owner and operator of Rucker's Electric. Hey, I'm in full support of FNB Towers moving forward in the Hill District. I've been a long time resident of the Hill District myself for some years, since I was born actually, but definitely in full support of FNB Towers moving forward in the Hill District. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Tony Ford, a lifelong resident of the Hill District. I am in full support of the FNB project, and we are ready to move forward. I'm a homeowner in the Hill District, and I am in support of the FNB project, and we want the Lower Hill to move forward. Hi, Gail Felton from Separate Dwelling in the Council of Affordable Housing, and I'm definitely for the FNB to move forward. Thank you. Hi, my name is Pamela, and I'm a Hill District resident, and right now I'm living in a family property, and I'm in full support of the FNB project going forward immediately. I am Phyllis Daniel Lavelle. This testimonial is for the City Planning Commission. I am an Upper Hill District resident. I am a Hill District business owner. I also serve as the volunteer president of the Shenley Heights Collaborative. The Shenley Heights Collaborative is the recognized community organization for the Upper Hill District of Pittsburgh, also called Shenley Heights. I am speaking to the FNB Financial Center. I would encourage all who have anything to do with making this project go forward to do so and to send it forward immediately. I say this because I believe the area deserves redevelopment. I say this jobs, housing development, business development. All of these are urgently needed by our community.
Okay, great. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah,
All
we
right,
can
we're
hear you.
back on track. If we could please go to the next slide. Thank you. And so this is our master plan for the entire project. And we are hoping to have parcels G1 and G4, the final takedown and groundbreaking by middle of the summer. To reframe where we are on the rest of the project, right behind it is Block E. And as you may remember, we received approvals back in 2019 for the Live Nation and the parking garage, where we have been advancing construction drawings there and expect to have the final takedown by this fall for that project as well. So while we're focused on FNB Tower today, there's still an incredible amount of work being done on the Live Nation parking garage, which is an additional $100 million project for the city. But we're not just investing in buildings, we really are spending a lot of our time investing in people and the people who will be building this project and to be building and our community members who will be living within this greater Hill neighborhood. We are, if we could go to the next slide, please. This is a summary of where we started and where when we get to construction completion. And it's probably hard to see, but right in the middle, it says Planning Commission approval and close on land from SCA. So the Buccini Polling Group joined this project back in the fall of 2018. We expect the building to be built by the end of 2023. So while the broader region has not seen much on the outside, we're about halfway through, and there's an incredible amount of work that has been done to set us up to break ground this summer. I'd like to also thank Janae Smith, who's been working very closely with PJ Dick on outreach efforts to the community to really help us hit our ambitious MWE goals and targets. We really are committed to seeing Pittsburgh's finest emerging contractors build Pittsburgh's future right here in FNB Tower. If we could go to the next slide, please. This is just a quick summary of where we are. As I mentioned, Planning Commission FLD approval occurred earlier this month, and we expect subdivision of Block G and the traffic study approvals in the next few weeks. So we're very far advanced. We can go through the next slide, and then to the next slide, please. We have been incredibly excited about this project from day one. We came in at VPG when the PLDP was already approved for parcels A through G, but we really believe this to be one of the most important development parcels in the United States because of the size of it and it being in Pittsburgh, but we also think it's going to be one of the most exciting projects in Pittsburgh because of the historic legacy of what occurred here and the opportunity for BPG and our entire ownership team to do something that the whole region is very proud of, and really the historic reconnection of the Hill District and the Lower Hill. If you could go to the next slide, please. Okay, great. And this is just to reframe, and I think this was showed earlier, of G1 and G4. You know, if you look at it, this is really 2.5 acres out of 28 acres. So this will be the catalyst for the other, call it 26 acres, which we think will be built fairly quickly once this catalytic project comes afterwards. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to Dr. Ellis.
Good afternoon. Next slide, please. Thank you very much, Chris. So one of our themes for this project and actually I'm going to speak a little bit louder because I heard that I was sort of low before. One of our themes for this project is to honor and repair. Our National Poet Laureate Amanda Gorman says in her poem, "The Hill We Climb," that it's the past we step into and how we repair it. So the question is, how do we honor and help repair the historic Hill District with this particular development? It's time to tell a new story about Pittsburgh and of this land, the historic Hill District, and the Lower Hill District in particular. In 1829, a small set of Black families settled upon the hill. This picture is actually from 1935, but it gives you like an indication of what it was like to kind of live in the Lower Hill and to create this community. At the time, it was known as Prospect Hill, Little Haiti, and Arthur'sburg. It was an attractive settlement with a good view, and they had found a sweet spot. This community hosted Martin Delaney, who arrived in 1831 and was supported by this free community and served as the basis for him studying and becoming a doctor, an abolitionist, an entrepreneur, a freedom fighter, and a US military soldier. Some years later, white families began to settle in the area as they also found it desirable. In 1840, William Penn bought the farmland in the Middle and Upper Hill. So it's important to understand that these sets of families were free, and many of them were the ones that created what we now know to be the Underground Railroad, which is a very proud and progressive history of the city of Pittsburgh. Next slide. This is a picture of the Colored Convention in 1841 in Philadelphia. But there were colored conventions held all across the United States during the period of enslavement as activists and organizers sorted out how to end slavery and decide where they wanted to live and to make this country a, quote, more perfect union. In Pittsburgh, the Anti-Slavery Society welcomed people such as William Lloyd Garrison and Frederick Douglass, and Pittsburgh's African-American community hosted its own colored convention in 1843 at Bethel AME Church. The 1850 Fugitive Slave Act is the reason why so many Black people departed Pittsburgh en masse, but there were free Afro-Americans who stayed and they left the community here. Next slide. Perfect. During the late 19th century, immigrants began flowing into what we now know to be the Lower Hill. Upon exiting the train station, they came. The Irish, the Italian, the Jewish, the Russian, the German, the African Americans, they all came and settled upon a new life in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and in the Lower Hill District. The Irene Kaufman Settlement House, later to be known as the Hill House, became a necessary focal point. It's important to note that the African Americans coming up from the South were meeting the older Black community that had been here. Soon, the Lower Hill seams were bursting and there was some urban decay, but still hopeful people making the best of the area. After World War II, there were many discussions by the federal government to renew American cities and engage in what we now know to be urban renewal and urban redevelopment. Pittsburgh was the first to be chosen, and I know that this history is not new to you all, that Pittsburgh created the Urban Redevelopment Authority, the first in the nation, in order to receive those federal funds. Unfortunately, the plans that were made only partially came into fruition. This is a picture of one of the original designs of the Lower Hill Arena site. So I want us to just take a moment to pay attention to what was promised versus what was delivered. Next slide. The Civic Arena was built with only one apartment building, created from the 20 or so that you saw in the previous picture that were meant to be constructed. African Americans were hired to demolish the area, but not hired to work on the innovative Civic Arena. Eminent domain could have been handled much better. Many of the persons who lived in the Lower Hill found the process to be dissatisfactory, and African Americans were the last ones left. Intention in a development matters, and everything begins with design. So what did it mean to have then City Councilman and URA member George Evans say that, quote, "There would be no social loss if it were all destroyed"? Pittsburgh's first redevelopment plan did not just fail the African American community, it failed the entire city. But it did so in our neighborhood. And so it matters even more now that we have City Councilman Daniel Lavelle, a present Historic Hill District resident, and someone such as Diamante Walker as Deputy Director of the URA, who is also a present Historic Hill District resident. It matters to have a responsible and informed URA board such as yourselves, as well as the city's Planning Commission. Next slide. I want to draw your attention to these protests that happened outside of the Civic Arena. You can see the corner of the Civic Arena in the picture in the upper right corner. These protests were made because promises were broken. I don't think that there were any signed agreements at all. On the left hand side is Frankie Pace of the Citizens Committee for Hill District Renewal, who helped organize a boycott with other Hill and national organizations, including Martin Luther King Jr.'s last campaign, the Poor People's Campaign, and made it known with a billboard which read, "Attention URA, no more redevelopment beyond this point. We demand housing for the Lower Hill." The city did build low-income housing. In fact, a disproportionate number of public housing was placed in the Historic Hill District, but not much more. So after this point, the city did not move above Crawford Street, and the Crosstown Parkway engaged in a sort of benign neglect of the area until Crawford Square was built in 1990 and then completed in 1999. I want to talk about Frankie Pace just for a little bit and her colleagues for a moment here so we don't get her history confused. Frankie Pace, the NAACP, Model Cities, or the Poor People's Campaign, none of them were a part of the development team. They had no input on the demolition of the Lower Hill or the development of the Civic Arena. They were not members of the URA, nor were they on the URA board. They were not on city council and had no ability to make legislation, although perhaps they could influence it. They were trusted by their neighbors. Indeed, the protest billboard that was organized was the first time they said no to development. Previously, they were welcoming development because it was being done wrong, which is why they developed that billboard, and they saw how their community was being affected negatively. Frankie Pace was also at the center of Hill District hiring and housing options, so she knew who was not being hired and who the jobs were not going to. Frankie Pace did not have a development team build her a new office for the First Source Center. Frankie Pace and her colleagues did not have a development team's commitment to send employers her way, their way. And Frankie Pace and her colleagues had no development fund from tax abatements to help her community out in any way. And the list goes on. I just hope that the lesson is not lost here. Next slide. So in living, I'm sorry, can we, no, it's okay. Yeah, actually, let's go back real quick. I'm sorry. So the people that are here that are protesting, they have signs that say, we pay taxes too, you know, what about our jobs? And we want to work. And I think it's really important to note that, as you see with the development team, one of our highest scores is with hiring MWBE and our engagement. It just cannot be overstated here that this is what we did not want to happen. All right, next slide, thank you. So this picture is of Sterling Johnson, a fictional character, but he has proven to be one of the heroes in our presentation because he's so representative of many of the voices that you heard in the video of Hill District residents supporting this project. He could easily be Steve Rucker. He could easily be Jerry of Jerry's Pizza, and the list goes on. And he's the symbol of the possibilities of empowerment when there are real jobs and contracts available, especially after a global pandemic. It's important to also note that in Radio Golf, this is August Wilson's Radio Golf, Sterling is actually not a member of the union. And so we even have a plan to get people into the union and work out projects with the union, and that will be discussed later. So lastly, our team has been criticized for having great marketing, which is more than a bit unfair because as you see, we have real plans. And before we can get into activation, we have to pass through the URA committees. We have to pass through the EORC unanimously because we're not just about buildings. We are about people. We establish relationships between the individual contractors and businesses and institutions. That is what builds community, and reviewing the history of this community, the sets of communities that are affected, and this project is extremely important. So next up, we'll have Vice President of Development for Pittsburgh, Bomani M. House.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chris and Dr. Ellis, for your comments. The historic context is incredibly important. I want to talk about the economic impact of our plan. And if we'll pass to the first slide, just in keeping with that historic context, this is a map, a redlining map, color-coded red, blue, green, and yellow. The most important color is red. The Federal Home Loan Bank and the mortgage industry, along with local municipalities, chose cities like Pittsburgh to get rid of their ethnic communities, particularly the Black townships where the business corridors were strongholds. And so in the 1930s, the city pushed to have 90% of all of the housing, Pittsburgh's housing projects placed into one neighborhood, the historic Hill District. And so here's a picture of Bedford Dwellings, Summers Drive, and just above it is Chauncey Drive. And in the distant view is the US Steel building where it will sit, our new building, the FNB Tower, will sit next to it to mark a new day. Next slide. I want to talk about the 4 economic buckets, the household incomes, the median household incomes that many of our people still, as a result of the redlining, live in. Crawford Square has a household median income of $35,000. Sugartop in the Upper Hill has a median income of $28,000. And then it drops sharply into the Middle Hill, where people on average are living off of $18,000. And it gets worse when you get back to Chauncey Drive and Summers Drive, where people are living still to this day, annually, off $7,900. And so the videos that you saw earlier of business owners and residents who are pushing for with urgency for our plan to go forward. They've been serving as milestones. These voices serves as mile markers and guideposts to let us know that we are headed in the right direction because we are representing plans that will help to push people out of poverty and onward to prosperity. Next slide, please. This here marks one of the first moments that the Hill District was able to begin participating in the housing developments in Pittsburgh. Think about this, from the 1930s when those redlining maps entrapped African-American communities into states of poverty. Some 62 years later was the first time that some 80 homeowners would be able to participate in home ownership in the Hill District. And that's what we have in Crawford Square. Next slide. And so I now want to take us forward in a journey that moves us past redlining so that we could possibly think about the Hill in 2031. So indulge me and travel with me. Just to give you a visual orientation, this aerial is hovering over the Crawford Square community, the first host community of the Hill District for the Lower Hill redevelopment. It is the year 2031, a fully recognized, developed Lower Hill District. And the vision here is one of many plans presented over the past two decades. Over the last 15 years, Dr. Ellis and I, along with many other Hill District residents, were involved in the master plan, the Hill District Master Plan, the Green Print, the Center Avenue Plan, the Choice Neighborhoods Plan, the Community Collaborative Implementation Plan, and the list goes on. However, this one is backed by Buccini Polling Group, funded by the equity investment firm Clay Cove Capital, with commitments of our anchor tenant, First National Bank. And so the aerial over Crawford Square takes us to the left at Freedom Corner. Behind us are the days of deep and persistent economic pain and the ever-present, but jobs, businesses, and opportunities are nowhere in sight. Those days are gone. Stroll down Wiley Avenue with me, and to the left, you'll see the mixed income residential complex that complements the Crawford Square community. Our elders in Cayley Worovers Towers are now in an overlook of the neighborhood vibrancy. To the left, below the housing, is possibly a grocery store. So the neighborhood is no longer a food desert. And to the right, a live entertainment venue, and maybe the new Savoy, the new Hurricane, or the Crawford Grill, or the Shadow Lounge. And this week's lineup, possibly, it could range from Roger Humphrey's band to Selecta on the 1 and 2s, maybe the Bill Henry band, and possibly closing out the week, a concert from Jill Scott or Buju Banton. Outside are entrepreneurs getting their first shot in retail kiosks, repeated cohorts getting their first shot, possibly the next to merchants expanding from the Lower Hill satellite operation, perhaps maybe even the operation coming out of their homes post-pandemic, downsizing from a brick and mortar spot. The Logan Street Festival welcomes the annual Juneteenth festival in the open space. You have your choice of all types of restaurants and lounges, sports bars, overlooks to enjoy Pittsburgh's beautiful skyline, local art installations etched into the design of this hallowed space of the Lower Hill, because the cultural legacy plan demands it. It begins with this approval, this pushing forward, as the Equal Opportunity Review Commission has done so, as the City Planning Commission has done so, and all of our residents and business owners who are behind us saying, let us push forward so that we can revitalize the Lower Hill with this first project, with the First National Bank Tower. Next slide. And so I want to turn it back over to Chris Buccini to just talk a bit about our focus areas in the CCIP, the Community Collaborative Implementation Plan. And just to this slide here just demonstrates that signatures are behind our commitments. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Bhavani. And as Bhavani was just showing, that is a signed statement of affirmation. What I'm going to talk about next is our community impact plan that we think is one of the biggest and boldest in the United States. And it's something we will go into and share with you here. I've always said that we will have exceeded when you don't know where our project starts and where it ends. And when I originally said that, I was really talking about the aesthetics of it. But as I became more and more involved in this project, in the history of the Hill District, I realized that the same was true for the economics, where you wouldn't know economically where our project started and where it ended. So therefore, for our project to succeed, the middle and upper hill must succeed also. The foundation of our economic plan is twofold. One, BPG has a history of always making our communities our partners, assessing their needs and figuring out how we can work with them. And we have a long history of doing this in other cities as well. The second pillar of our foundation of our plan is the CSIP, which was approved by both the URA and the SCEA back last May during the preliminary takedown approval process. I personally, what you see on the screen is a screenshot of something that's much more detailed, but I personally drafted the summary of this community engagement plan and the corresponding term sheet, which are on the screen. I wanted to document and make it very clear as day what we could do and what we couldn't do. And on the right is a summary of every pillar of the CSIP broken out by both Block E and Block G with bullet points and dollar amounts. So there would be no hiding. It would be very clear to have a place for conversation based upon data. I wanted to show what was both commercially feasible, but also ethically what we could do as well. And most importantly, I had to document something that I knew I could stand behind, that all of us could stand behind. And it's always been our ethos to under-promise and over-deliver. We have a 25-year reputation at BPG of always doing what we're saying we're going to do, and that is not going to stop here. We have presented this plan many, many times to the community, to the CSIP BMC, the DRP, the Lower Hill Economic Impact Roundtable, and in an open letter that was shared earlier today. And we have posted it on a website for all to see. And I have repeatedly said I'm ready to countersign this term sheet and this summary. This summary is, and I probably should have started with this, represents over $50 million of direct community impact to the Hill District. And that is before you take into account any of the tens of millions of dollars of job creation that will occur here. So when I say we believe this to be one of the strongest in the country, it's based upon that. The magnitude of this plan is like any development project in the history of Pittsburgh, ever within the state of Pennsylvania. And quite frankly, we've never found anything of this magnitude in the United States. This is something we all in Pittsburgh should be very, very proud of. And I also find it very compelling that this is the site first chosen in the nation to create the urban redevelopment. And now here we are back 70 years later to do it again in the same spot. I've often been asked, how will this project help the people of the neighborhood? And so on the next slide, if you could turn, I have summarized and broken out between day one and ongoing. And a lot of this was stated by the URA staff or highlighted earlier on before we got on. And so I don't want to spend too much time here, but a few highlights. Most importantly to me, our team is now led by 2 residents of the Hill who have been helping shape this plan to date and will shape this plan for years and years to come. $7.5 million will go day one into the Greater Hill Reinvestment Fund. This is cash. It is not controlled by the developer, and it will be solely focused on projects in the Middle and Upper Hill, not in the Lower Hill. The FNB, I truly don't think we could have a better partner in FNB to have a bank here with their balance sheet and their ability to do things for the Upper Hill. I think will truly create transformational wealth creation for the Hill. And I won't go into the detail of all the different things that FNB has committed already to do, and we haven't even broken ground yet. And a huge part of this is the ongoing job creation that will happen during construction of this first phase, but during the construction of all the subsequent phases and the operations that will go from here on. The first Source Center is done construction. I know we were moving in furniture last week, and this will be our hub of job creation, and we've committed to support it for the next 10 years of development. That's just day one. Ongoing, earlier this month, FNB has increased its commitment to $25 million of investments in the Middle and Upper Hill. This is after its over $250 million investment in the Lower Hill. We will be putting $8 million into the Greater Hill Housing Stabilization Fund to revitalize and rehabilitate homes in the Middle and Upper Hill. We made a commitment to repair and maintain the Freedom Corner, and we have $2.5 million going into developing open space, and that's just the first half. We will then be putting another 2.5 in subsequent phases. In conclusion on this part of our presentation, Clay Cove Capital and BPG aren't just making promises. We have a 25-year track record of success. And we personally, Amici and I, have made a minimum of an 11-year commitment to this investment as well. I am personally, and when I say personally, not corporate-wise, I am personally guaranteeing this $180 million construction loan. That is how much I believe in what we are doing in this project. And we as a company, as a partnership, are guaranteeing the monetization of LERTA so that the Hill residents can have money day one. We truly are personally putting it on the line for everyone involved. I believe that the breadth of this commitment is based upon the diversity of our ownership group. We have Clay Cove Capital, one of the largest minority-owned real estate investment firms in America, and I've known Amici since we were 15. I've never seen his commitment to anything, including high school football, that we did together in a project, and he is focused on working with me and the Penns and FNB on job creation, inclusive procurement, wealth building, and development in the middle and upper hill, not just in the lower hill. FNB, as I said, I think is a godsend to this project. They are the second largest bank in the state of Pennsylvania, and they have chosen to be wanting to be in this neighborhood. They want to be part of this community. And they have a long history of working with the Upper Hill community. And I know this is only just the start of something very great. And in the Pittsburgh Penguins, we have someone who is really driving the vision of the overall project. But also, I don't think I've ever worked with people who have more hometown pride and commitment to their city. And we're very grateful. And in BPG, in my company, you have one of the largest mixed-use real estate development firms in the United States. And we are very fortunate to have our office in Pittsburgh being run by 2 residents of the Hill, and we're joining 9 others who are there in the Hill as well. I know that this team can deliver on what I believe to be the best community reinvestment project in America, full stop. And we humbly request that you help us with get this viable project, despite the many, many hurdles during this global pandemic the last year and a half. We humbly request your help in getting this out of the ground in just a few short weeks in the middle of July. I'm very, very grateful for your consideration. Thank you. And Matt, I'm sorry, do we go over to Amici from here? Next slide, please. I'm sorry. Oh, and the next 3 slides, and I'm assuming these are being handed out, are just more illustrative of the direct community impact by the numbers of where the money is going. And the next slide, please. Bobati. So we'll talk about the NWE and the okay, thank you.
So as I stated earlier, we're using kind of like this map concept to guide us, using most importantly the voices of our community, our business owners and residents. And so when we had to go before the Equal Opportunity Review Commission to put before them our MBE plan in pre-development and our plan for construction after groundbreaking that will begin this July, we were given a unanimous approval by an independent review commission based on the pre-development monies that had already been spent. You heard from the video earlier from Howard Graves, who has one of the largest African-American architectural firms in the country, helping to lead us in the way forward. We have contacted in our database over 495 MBEs to make sure that we direct them into our bidding and training opportunities so that they can begin to build the capacity so that they can participate on this site. When we put this plan before them, they stopped us in the middle of our presentation, and said, this is one of the best presentations that has ever come before us. And so we're very proud of these accomplishments. This is just to say we want to get started. Next slide, please. I want to bring into the conversation E Holdings, led by Janae Smith and Irv Williams, to talk about the pre-bid opportunities that has been put before our MWBE firms so that we can level the playing field for a fair shot on this project. Janae?
Bomani. As Bomani alluded, I'm Janae Smith. I am the Managing Director for E Holdings, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. E Holdings was engaged by BPG to provide MWBE coordination as part of the wealth building initiative for G1 and G4. And we're very pleased at the response that we've gotten from our MWBE community, contractor community, in terms of their interest, willingness, and capacity to participate. And so we've been able to gather this information through personal conversations. And so Bomani alluded on the last slide to 400 plus firms. We independently reached out to each, had a conversation about things that were concerning to them for their business and being able to participate in Lower Hill so that we can develop plans or at least develop an awareness about what some of the hurdles to participating are to make sure that those opportunities are level. We've talked to them about their capacity, what their interests are, what bid packages or types of work they've done in the past, so that as we are working with PJ Dick to determine paths to participate, whether it's as a direct bidder, a contractor, a fabricator, or supplier, we have a clear understanding on the front end about what our community is capable of to make sure that we are inclusive and that we exceed numbers very similar to those that are done in pre-construction. And so a series of information sessions have been set up. Some have already happened and some are in the future to make sure of a few things. One, that information is transparent and clear and available to those who are interested in bidding. Two, to make sure that MBE and WBE firms have the opportunity during these bid sessions, like that are on the screen right now, to share with the majority firms what their capacity is, what their skills are, and how they like to participate so that we can have a two-way dialogue between our MWBE contractors and our majority contractors. And so we're going to continue to advocate for our MWBE needs and their concerns, understanding the tools that they need to be supported, working with BPG and the other project partners to make sure that those tools are aligned, and to continue to monitor the progress and the results. The first series or the first two series of bid packages that are coming up are very soon. There are going to be bid packages released in the month of June. We did have an information session, which is alluded to on the next slide, May 20th, to outline the important services, trades that would be considered as part of that bid package. And then there'll be a follow-on bid package released in early July. Next slide, please. If an MBE or WBE is out there and they have not heard from us in one form or fashion, I encourage them to reach out. You know, our goal is to be proactive, to be productive, to be a catalyst for change, and to be an opportunity or a vehicle for those who have an interest in participating in the Lower Hill development, whether it's this project or the next project, that BPG is aware of them, that the contractors are aware of their capacity and capabilities, and if they're not where they want to be, that we get them the resources and connections to grow those capacities and capabilities so that they can participate in a meaningful way moving forward. And so with that being said, and with a discussion of participation, I'd like to return it to Bomani to talk about workforce development.
Is with our contracting plans, our workforce plan is steeped in a plan that is in tune with the pulse of the people. We need jobs. There's a direct correlation between contracting and jobs, and they need a home. And that home is at the first source center that we've been working tirelessly on with the leadership of Tracy McCants Lewis, who at times wouldn't even go into the office down at the PPG Arena. She would go directly to the Hill House, checking off the list to make sure that we had programming and staffing goals completed. And so we've been bridging our workforce plans with Pittsburgh Public Schools. In the Hill District, we have the UPrep High School to connect this pipeline. It used to be Conley Trade. You can go and get a skill, but now we have the community the career technology and education around the city, but we have it at the U Prep Lions High School in the Upper Hill in Sugar Top. And so we're not just talking about bridging from this project opportunities in construction, we're also talking about teaching kids finance, business administration, IT, HVAC, carpentry. So there's bridging going on. We have partners in Partners for Work. We have MOUs that are signed. We have the URA as a partner in their workforce programs and the full might of PJ Dick on the construction side. We want to make sure that there's the proper training, that there are scholarship and internship opportunities and pre-apprentice programs that are all connected to this project. Next slide, please. This doesn't happen without an incredible level of coordination of various organizations that are helping and pushing behind us to make this project successful. At the core, we have FNB, we have BPG, Clay Cove Capital, and I want to bring on Amicia Khan a little bit to talk about how we bridge investments from the Lower Hill into the Middle and Upper Hill. Some of the organizations in partnership you see here, the Urban Redevelopment Authority. I want to take my hat off to Director Diamante Walker and her staff, and Julie Edwards. Every week we're pushing and plugging away to make sure that we're in accord with the approvals that need to be checked off. I want to make a connection to the Hill District Federal Credit Union, one of two African-American-led financial institutions in the state of Pennsylvania, community development financial institutions, where we have products that are designed to service the very poor, to give people who are coming with a credit score of 400, but want to get into the economy, people who are underbanked, who are working 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet. We're in conversations to make the bridge work between First National Bank, who has pledged $2 million to the credit union, so to help small businesses to extend their business lines of credit. This is an unprecedented level of partnership that is behind our plan, and we're pushing forward to make sure that we are successful. Next slide, please. And so, next slide, please. And so this relationship between Clay Cove Capital, FNB, and Bridgeway Capital, BPG, brings into conversations with Richard Witherspoon and his product lines. And we want to talk about the lessons learned on Center Avenue, around the Center Hellman Plaza, and what we could be doing differently. And so to help us with that expertise, I want to bring Amicia Cobb, the founder of Clay Cove Capital, to talk about attracting capital and development expertise in the Middle and Upper Hill District. Next slide. And go back, please. 2 slides, please.
Well, thank you, Bahani. Appreciate your strong words. This project has brought together a partnership uniquely positioned to help solve the issue of chronic lack of access to capital to the entire Hill District. FNB provides mortgage financing. Clay Cove Capital invests equity capital for stable capital stacks that do not rely primarily on government and foundation grants. Now, these grants are well-meaning and have a purpose. These grants should be used to enhance projects, but not launch development. We see the goal as sustainable economic development. However, community reinvestment and involvement does not stop there. We're implementing a mentorship program and shared resources to help build community developers into strong, growing institutional quality developers. Now, when you see this, we've worked with FNB, but also we want to partner with the URA to identify community developers who have struggled with access to capital, but also we want to make sure that, again, they have the mentorship you need to build their business. So with BPG, we would bring these community developers into a program where in their first development, we look to make it more institutional in size and quality and scope and scale. BPG would provide the resources and backing loans for development loans. We would hopefully also make sure that their business is enhanced by our ability to bring them resources for every part of the development process. As they go through this program with us and they build one project into another project, they will build their business and start weaning themselves off of that shared services model. Again, this is a unique program to build community developers and give them all of the resources and mentorship that's taken for granted in majority areas where the type of mentorship, the type of support is taken for granted. So, we're excited by this. We just had conversations with the URA staff about how we can work with them to identify sites where we can not only serve the community, but also, again, bring support for local developers to make the Hill District better and build better and stronger sustainable projects. Next slide, please. Sustainable institutional capital infusion in the Middle and Upper Hill District has already started. As mentioned before, FNB has launched $2 million in micro-lending and line of credits for businesses. Claycliff Capital, I was going to say that this is also actually important because capital infusion into the reserves of the Hill District Federal Credit Union which is a CDFI, is important. It has a multiplier effect and can actually bring even more capital that they can use and implement into their programs. Claycliff Capital has committed to at least $5 million for this program that I spoke about before, where we can use not just capital, but our resources and expertise to help build a organic growth of developers in the area, to build a Hill District that is driven by Hill District residents. And I think that's important. We want to make sure that we are leaving behind a legacy of sustainability by the Hill District residents, and we have supported them in building up the Hill and building their businesses. Again, all of these have a multiplier effect that we think is going to continue to grow and amplify the vibrancy of the Hill District. Next slide, please. Breaking the cycle of lack of access to capital is only one part of creating bankable communities where institutional capital can find ways to support the redevelopment, building, and vibrancy of these communities. Our partnership maintains a holistic view in investment and reinvestment. With our long-term commitment to the Hill District, we strongly believe that we are only successful if we have increased economic vitality in the Middle and Upper Hill. This means not only providing capital, but again, expertise, mentorship, and skills so that they can be passed on to the residents and businesses of the Hill District for their own ability to make their economic futures brighter. We want to bring a comprehensive reinvestment program to beyond the Lower Hill, but to areas like Center Heldman Plaza, where we can help with the expertise of grocery operators to solve a food desert that never should be, and to bring retail expertise to bring that type of services and vibrancy to the Hill. We also would like to make sure that we can invest in parking to solve a long-term chronic problem in the Hill and use our experience from around the country to do this in the most efficient way in a rapidly changing market when it comes to that business. We're looking at Center Avenue for mixed-use projects and helping the Hill District implement and improve plans that they've made for a number of years that haven't gone off the ground. And we're looking at Wiley Avenue for residential that will not only support the local population, but hopefully bring strong in-migration into the Hill District to rebuild its population base, but yet keep the character of the Hill District as a historic center for African-American culture. Next slide, please. The next slide. So our comprehensive reinvestment plan means not only investing in real estate and businesses, but also, more importantly, investing in people in the Hill District. We plan to partner with the community to build an environment where Hill District residents can thrive and prosper in a redeveloped neighborhood. This investment program will achieve this by providing resources and services such as credit repair programs, financial literacy programs, STEM scholarships and internships, AI, robotics, and coding summer camps, down payment assistance for homes, funds for repairs, roofing, and windows and insulation on current homes, home equity lines of credit, and money to rehab existing home stock, all of which are part of the importance of building community. And I think that's unprecedented to see a development team get this deep into the process of rebuilding community. But for us, it's not only important, it's what our life's work's been. As Chris mentioned before, we've been doing this for 25 years together as firms. We have a track record of success, and we want to bring that success to Pittsburgh and the Hill District. So finally, we want to make sure that we're also showing that we can invest in ways that will bring also the people of the Hill District opportunities in the Lower Hill. So we want to reinvest in the Lower Hill parts that are accessible to the Upper Hill businesses and communities. And we look at some critical parts of this. We have food and beverage incubation for potential restaurants. Live Nation will provide facilities for local entertainment and concessions industries. Kiosks will provide food and beverage and retail incubation, and public art installation will be displayed and works with local artists. So again, this is what Chris has said so many times, which is important. Our whole goal is to have a time where you cannot tell where the Lower Hill starts and the Middle and Upper Hill begin. It is about reunification of the Hill District to a past that was proud, and to make sure that its future is even more proud and robust than it's ever been. So I'm very proud to be part of this. I think we have a comprehensive plan. We are reaching out in partnership to the URA and to many other stakeholders in the Hill District to really bring together a comprehensive plan. It will be decades long, but with our work together, I think we'll be more successful than anything we've seen in the United States. So again, thank you for your time, and I appreciate your partnership, and we look forward to working with you for years to come. And with that, I'll hand back over to Bonnie.
Next, I want to say, before we transition from this slide to the URA board, and in particular, Mayor-elect Ed Gainey, this historic moment after 263 years of Pittsburgh's existence, we are electing the first Black mayor, somebody who's in tune with the neighborhoods that have had so many years of disinvestment. I want to congratulate you on your election and connect your historic moment, this historic moment for Pittsburgh, to this historic moment for the Hill District. So I want you to think about the voices that you've heard from our business owners. I want you to think about the voices that you've heard from our residents who are making sure that we are keeping the pulse of the people in our plans that are moving forward. We'd like to work together with all of the partners, the stakeholders in the community around this whole development. That's going to continue. And we want to make history. This is history in the making. So the timing of your election to as the first Black mayor of Pittsburgh, and the timing of this historic project in the Hill District, we can't lose this moment to correct some of the wrongs of the past and get folks who are still living in these red line sections of the Hill District and throughout Pittsburgh an opportunity to break the barriers and of prosperity and get people out of poverty. And so I want to transition to the next slide. This is just to recap on all of the engagement that we've had in community presentations the year before the pandemic hit, and making sure we stayed engaged with community groups even throughout. Next slide. The website is fully accessible, so you can go to www.redevelopment.com to make sure, Lower Hill District Redevelopment.com, to make sure you can stay in tune and abreast of all of our activities moving forward. Next slide. We're going to continue to engage MBE firms that want to participate in this project. Folks who want jobs. We have the first Source Center that's going to be opening up in 2 weeks. And we're going to open those doors to make sure that the jobs are not only being connected. So some of us can open up our phone and get to our network for jobs. We're bringing the network to the first Source Center. So employers are partnering with us. Service providers are partnering with us for a full comprehensive set of services around jobs. Next slide. And so now I want to transition into the design elements of our project.
Great, thank you, Bomani. I'm really happy to have this opportunity to talk about the design for parcels G1 and G4, and also quite proud to be a part of this team. It's a pretty amazing series of accomplishments that have just been outlined, and also this impactful project, starting with the work that begun on the master plan in 2019. In this image on the screen, the tower that you see there in the center of the image is depicted in the context of the master plan vision, what Bomani was sharing a few slides ago, which is really part of a vibrant, robust, mixed-use development fronting on a new public green space, right, seen in the foreground there, which really is a shared place for people to come together in a new way, in a new setting within the context of the Hill District as well as the city of Pittsburgh. Next slide, please. Julie did a fantastic job pointing out some of the data. I don't think we need to repeat it. So next slide here, which really just exhibits the parcel that we're talking about. Block G is essentially the shaded area that sits within the context of constructed infrastructure that was laid out in the PLDP. The images on the right just show the what exists today, which is essentially a series of large parking fields. They're vacant essentially, right, in terms of the program or spaces for people. And so if you go to the next slide, there's a new vision that starts right here as this diagram from the 2019 master plan. In essence, this green line that is shown running, through the center of the hill, the lower hill here, reestablishes Wiley as a physical and we believe a cultural heart of the lower hill, right? So it stretches up into the middle hill, but ultimately through the green space, the open space is going to connect to the Cap Park and into downtown. So it really is promoting very direct connections between the established neighborhoods and established downtown core. So we really think at the core of this project is built around the idea of community and connectivity. And if you go to the next slide, which is an exhibit of the master plan vision itself. This G1, G4 project is really the catalyst to a bold vision that you see on the screen. The green spaces that you see connecting from the Cap Park on the lower right and its proximity, to downtown connect directly and very substantially visually and programmatically to the G1, G4 spaces that will be a part of this project, but ultimately into the future spaces that Bomani touched on, the F1, F2 parcel, and the connectivity that weaves its way all the way up through the 28 acres to Crawford. So as you reimagine Wiley as this kind of cultural connector with activated open spaces all along its length, every block in this acreage ultimately has a direct frontage on this connective public green space in this vision. Next slide, please. So just reorienting ourselves quickly, this is an enlarged plan of the project area. And so the plan rotated. So the downtown is behind you now and the Hill District is above you on this image. So what is shown here, the tower is the kind of pink shaded area. And then the green spaces adjacent to it are the green and other lightly shaded tones. That is really a mix of multi-level terraces, and Lisa and the team talk a lot about that, but really about creating multifunctional experiences adjacent to the building. That starts from Washington Place and the retail spaces and lobby entries that will front both Washington Place, but also in the pink and gray, also on the plaza level itself, are also retail spaces and another lobby. So it's a two-story connected lobby that really stitches into the building into this site. If you go to the next slide, please. And this is a good view here. If you're up on that upper plaza, looking back at the office building, you're on what we refer to as the overlook. More about that in a second, but it's really an opportunity within the context of this landscape to connect to the green space, but also connect to downtown through this incredible potential vista. But you're also experiencing the transparency of the base of the building. So you're able to really kind of see the connectivity from inside to out. If you go to the next slide, you will see from the Washington Place level terrace, again, that kind of two-story lobby that's highly visible, and the notion of the landscape kind of connecting to the building, which is exemplified in the next image, which is a flat elevation view of the building overall. If you go to the next slide. And that section profile in the dark profile at the base shows how this stepped terrace engages with that multi-level transparent lobby. And then you can see the building itself has a very strong base that meets the ground, a strong middle, and then a cap that we refer to as the crown that kind of where the building meets the sky. So it's sort of very classical kind of configuration of the building. And if you go to the next slide, as the first building in this development, redevelopment in the Lower Hill, and also the closest building to downtown, it really has an opportunity to establish, this location as a destination with the opportunity to really initiate a rebirth at this place. It's a unique opportunity in the Pittsburgh skyline. It's highly visible. In reality, there's not a really bad view of this building from any direction, so it has presence and can become a gateway. So it can attract people and businesses to this location. Additionally, because of its great opportunity to have daylight and views, since you're not in a canyon of buildings, that's a differentiator and really can be a great place, for new tenants. The next slide, please, just shows a little bit about how we're differentiating the massing of the building and different glass types, which will help articulate and shape your experience of the building. And the next slide takes you back down to the G4 Plaza. In this case, you're as if you are walking from the future master plan F block connection coming from the hill, looking across the open great lawn, we call it, and towards downtown and towards to the tower, which is on the right side in this image. So it kind of gives you an overall feel of the building itself. The next slide takes us into a little bit of detail about stormwater management, which in this diagram kind of just shows the three primary strategies that we're deploying here. Really, one is maximizing pervious surfaces, so as much native plantings and whatnot integrated with shaped strategic plant hardscape elements, allowing for that pervious permeability and percolating of runoff, and then stormwater management being an active element. So where we have terraces and things, we're kind of collecting water, but ultimately the largest one is a major infiltration bed that will live under that large green space that we just saw in the previous image, and that handles the bulk of the rainwater. So a very sustainable strategy, and with that in mind, in the next slide, the project overall, the core shell project in particular is tracking to a LEED Silver certification. We're targeting right now 55 points, so we're sitting solidly within that silver range. And on the next slide, I think which is notable, the development team is committed to the Pittsburgh 2030 pledge, which is you can see in this document where the pledge has been signed on the right. And then I will hand the plan over to Lisa, who will walk us through some of the landscape elements. Thank you.
Next slide, please. I'm Lisa Dugan with Up Studio, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak today. We're really going to just focus on the open space and kind of walk you through some of the design, the activation, and really, again, to focus on the connectivity and bringing the community together. So the open space of G1 and G4 is really a welcoming connection from downtown to Cap Park, through the project to Logan Street, and really to the greater, both the development and the greater Hill community. And we'll reinforce and kind of talk about some of those additional ties to Cap Park as well, and how we're also tying into some of those cultural elements that have been placed within Cap Park and making those additional connections to the G1 and G4 open space. Next slide, please. This is a site plan overview of both the G1 and G4 parcels with the open space highlighted. So if you look at the bottom of your screen, that's Washington Place, and Cap Park is actually just cut off at the bottom of the page there. But as was mentioned in the very beginning of the presentation, there is quite a substantial grade change from Washington Place up to that event lawn in the center of your screen. And so that's about 25 feet of grade change that's happening there. So what we've done is really created a series of low walls and terrace plantings that kind of step you up through the site. There is a central stair that bisects the terrace planting areas and extends from Washington Place up to that upper plaza, an event lawn, and then terminates in a plaza at the top corner of your screen, which we're calling kind of the Logan Street Plaza. Logan Street being a festival street, really providing additional opportunities for people to filter in and sit and gather there as well. And then in the center of your screen, you'll see the event lawn, which is really the heart of the open space. It's framed on all sides by pedestrian pathways, shaded by trees, and there's kiosks. Those are the orange kind of buildings at the top right-hand corner there. But it's really set up to be, again, that heart of this development here. And then just directly below that event lawn, you'll see the overlook that was mentioned, which provides not only opportunities for art and performance space, but really expansive views out over the city. And then lastly, right in front of the G1 tower and in between the event lawn, you'll see a gathering space, which is really a grove or bosque of trees under which there's seating areas and space. It's another opportunity for a more intimate gathering scale and smaller programming, so that we have kind of a diversity and hierarchy of scales of space and also events that can take place there. Next slide, please. So I'd like to walk you through just the accessibility and the pathways. I think it'll be beneficial to understand some of the circulation here. So looking at the bottom of your screen, you'll see Cap Park, and there are existing crosswalks that actually connect from Cap Park to across Washington Place and into the site. So this diagram actually highlights our initial kind of circulation and pathways. So as we cross over Washington Place, you'll see that there's red arrows and there's a step and ramp that's integrated. So that'll lead you right up. So if you follow those red arrows into the lower level lobby. From there, you can take an interior elevator up to the upper plaza level, and then the upper plaza level, as is indicated with additional red line work and arrows, indicates that it's all at the same elevation. So really all of that grade change is happening, in the center of the site, but it is certainly accessible throughout. And then at the top of the screen, you'll see on the G3 parcel, it looks like a black zigzag line. That's actually a temporary accessible connection from the upper plaza, so that we're making sure that even during these times where the other parcels aren't developed yet, that we're still thinking holistically about circulation and movement and creating that unified accessible experience. Next slide, please. And this slide is focusing on the circulation that's in the future. So just again, reinforcing that we have connections from the G1 parcel to G4 and all the way across to the future F2 parcel. So all of those terraces are designed so that we are connecting directly to the accessible routes and pathways of F2. Next slide, please. This is a section through the G4 landscape terraces. What's important to note, I think this really gives a nice feel of the grade change and how that's happening, but we've really carved out at each of these terrace levels, these intimate gathering spaces. They're places for people to gather, collect, and also program, again, at a smaller scale, not necessarily the event lawn scale. There's also a large kind of wood bench features that are built into some of these walls to take advantage of gathering. And also views, because as you start stepping up, you can look out. And as Peter touched on, these landscape terraces also provide additional opportunities for stormwater management. Next slide. This perspective is standing at Washington Place. So this is the central stair that goes directly up to the upper plaza and is flanked on both sides by the landscape planters. Next slide. This is just an aerial view. Again, as you're looking down towards that lower level lobby entrance, that was the integrated stair and ramp that I mentioned, just to provide that unified accessible experience. Next slide. This aerial view shows you the G4 terraces kind of in the foreground, some of those wood bench elements, the smaller scale seating, permeable paving and trees. And then off to the right of your screen, you'll see the overlook. Next slide, please. And then just the last two slides here really focus on materials. So we're using throughout the site a concrete unit paver to define those pedestrian pathways. That stainless steel handrail you're seeing is really an element that we're also tying into from Cap Park. Also some of those accent finishes on our concrete walls, because some of these details are just going to be kind of cohesive threads throughout the open space. And then permeable crushed stone material underneath some of those seating areas with those flexible movable furniture pieces. Next slide. And lastly, just looking at landscape lighting, the top left image is kind of showing you more of an evening, maybe early dusk view, but making sure that we're thinking about the safety and comfort. We want people to be comfortable in these pedestrian spaces, and we want to make sure we're really selecting pedestrian scale fixtures and that we're comprehensively thinking about these spaces so that we're not just complementing the landscape, but that we are also thinking about the lighting in terms of how it's going to be utilized for all of the programming and activation that we are going to be discussing. So I'm going to turn it over to Lakeisha, and she's really going to walk you through the art and programming and activation components of the open space. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Hopefully everyone can hear me. My name is Lakeisha Bird. I am an architectural design consultant working with BPG and the Lower Hill Development team, specifically with the design, activation, and programming of the open space, which does include portions of the G1 site, the G4 site, what will be evident is that the open space will also be a strong connector all the way through back up into the Historic Hill District as well. And as such, it has become essential to extend our design intent and scope to not only include the activation and programming of the open space, again, which includes Site G4, but also to center the open space, ensuring that there are not only scalable economic opportunities, but also cultural opportunities, as well as immediate space for social, cultural, and economic uses on site. As mentioned, the intent of the open space is to connect the Lower Hill site back to the Historic Hill District and create connections, of course, economic connections, but as well as cultural and pedestrian connections between the site and the Historic Hill District, as well as to the CAP, as well as to downtown. And reestablishing these connections and ultimately activating the open site, we've been presented with the opportunity to elevate Wiley Avenue, as mentioned, particularly as a main pedestrian street, a heritage site, and just an overall people-centered connection within the Lower Hill site, which has been a critical element to this process. And it's evident by this diagram, which you all see on the screen. Again, this was mentioned earlier in the presentation, but that green arrow is demonstrating that this core element that runs through the site, acting as the spine. This core element is activated and anchored by the open space. Next slide. Yeah. And this all starts with, as you can see here, Site G4, which abuts this spine, the spine of the site, the core of the site, and through our extended design scope, which includes the activation and programming of the open space. Our intent is to basically create both economic and cultural opportunities, recognizing that there's value in that as well. The question that has been posed to us, and one that we've been weaving through our decision-making process, is how do we create and sustain presence here in the Lower Hill site? Well, as mentioned, it starts with centering the open space and reestablishing these connections, both on site, but reestablishing these connections back to the Hill District. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as well. And utilizing activation strategies that opens the site up beyond your traditional office environment, but really thinking about how do we make this a lived experience, one where you're experiencing the site, you're experiencing the amenities and the various uses that will live here at the site beyond your traditional 9-to-5 environment. Our goal, next slide, please. The question is, how do we do this? The goal is to introduce fluid and flexible spaces where we can incubate scalable opportunities, scalable ideas and concepts with lower barriers and lower risk where we can introduce scalable opportunities and ideas with lower barriers and lower risk. This slide and the next slide really demonstrates similar concepts. We're really demonstrating the opportunity for both daytime and nighttime activities. It's essential that we create an environment where you can live and experience the culture, beyond your traditional 9-to-5 experience. And what we've been working through, again, through the design, activation, and overall programming, is really working through ensuring that we have the proper infrastructure to incubate the very different entrepreneurs, art entrepreneurs, cultural entrepreneurs, as well as business entrepreneurs that support our local economy and create that vibrant environment that we're seeking. If we go to the next slide, I want to highlight some of these activities, very similar to the previous slide. Again, it's just demonstrating that it is our intent, not only through the design, but through the activation, to create an environment that we can all share in. And a part of that is through how we activate the site. What are the activities? And that's essential with, as you see on the screen, we have different ideas and concepts that we're working through, such as night markets. Some of these concepts are, we're all somewhat familiar with. Movies on the lawn. You'll see that throughout within other neighborhoods as well. Community festivals, things where we can celebrate our culture. Food truck festivals. We mentioned earlier that Logan Street is being designed as this festival street, connecting up into the site as well. But again, creating these fluid and flexible spaces where people who might not always desire, we want to also consider those who might not consider brick and mortar, but they want to do business. How do we create spaces for that? So through varying activation strategies, night markets, pop-up plazas, food truck opportunities, all of these things to support the local economy will be beneficial. And what we're really demonstrating is that the activation of the site, these activities really just create opportunities to connect with our local entrepreneurs, our Black and Brown artists, and food operators and others who desire to be on site, desire to do business on site, desire to have a place on site. If we can go to the next slide. And with this being said, I'd like to welcome back Dr. Kimberly Ellis, who will actually speak a little bit more on what some of those opportunities are. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much, Peter, Lisa, and Lakeisha. We really appreciate it. As you see here on this particular slide, I just want to walk you through a few elements. At Wiley and Crawford will be the curtain call. That is with the engagement of artist Walter Hood. It's a long overdue promise that is being fulfilled, thankfully, with a $2 million contract through Cosmos and in partnership with Walter Hood. That's extremely important. With this right arrow that stretches from Wiley and Crawford over to Freedom Corner. You see Freedom Corner is on the end of the right arrow. It's just to note that that's where Freedom Corner is, and it will be a part of our legend because it's really important for us to share what is around the area and to sweep up Wiley Avenue, which I will talk about as well, and up Center Avenue too. But as Lakeisha said, Wiley was not meant to be vehicular. It was always meant to be a pedestrian type of crossway. And let me just mention that, one of the things that Bomani and I laughed about was how we initially demanded reconnection of Wiley Avenue, and solely because we learned that it had been disconnected, right? But things change and times change. And so when we looked up, it was like, wait, now Wiley Avenue is no longer our business corridor. Center Avenue is our business corridor. And even though there's a great documentary called Wiley Avenue Days, there's only a certain point where we need to be connected to Wiley Avenue in that same way. So it is important to honor Wiley Avenue as we really sweep the traffic up both Wiley, especially with other artist spaces, and up Center. 1 second, I'm just checking. Okay, yes. Oh yeah, I'll be thank you for the note, you guys. And so sweeping up Center Avenue. Let me see. So Freedom Corner is that is where the billboard that you saw that Frankie Pace organized with the NAACP and the Poor People's Campaign, that is now public art. Many of you are already familiar with that, but for those that are not, it's public art space, and it definitely needs some upkeep and some maintenance. So that is a part of the commitment that the development team made towards Freedom Corner, and annual maintenance. And let's see. Lisa has already covered open space in terms of the daily leisure, the small events, the larger festivals, how it depends upon activation and programming. But what's the presence, right? So beyond the curtain call and beyond the kiosks that Lakeisha has talked about, as well as the programming, there are plans for embedded artistic renderings of Hill history and culture, and even Pittsburgh history and culture. So I'm going to show you one, an example of from the Cat Park that I worked on, and then I'm going to show you what our future plans are. So next slide, please. So from the Cat Park, this is the little girl is Keisha, and she represents the 21st century, and she is leaping and bold into her future. I worked with an illustrator to create her character, and then I wrote the dialogue that she says, like, "Hi, I'm Keisha, I'm your tour guide." And I wrote her dialogue in these signs. These are now like plinths that they're being realized right now in the Cat Park, which will be done in November. So you'll get a chance to see it very soon. As well as the history walls, I wanted to highlight Martin Delaney and the historic Hill community that I discussed early in the presentation from the 1800s, and then Frankie Pace, as I also discussed, from the 1900s. So when we get to Keisha, it's really important. And what we decided as a team was that we wanted Keisha to transfer over from Cat Park into the urban open space. So it is very important that she's there, and she is not the only plan. Next slide. And so when you see this all together, right, you're seeing that what we had to do as a team, like Keisha's already made, that's Keisha, you know, we may do some other designs, we may do some other dialogue, but Keisha is present, she's there. But when it comes to the other aspects of the design and creating other presence, this is kind of really honestly the fun part, is that Gensler and Up Studios did an excellent job, and LaQuattro Bonci designing this space. And I just want to also mention that LaQuattro Bonci, Lakeisha, and I are all back together again because we worked on the Cat Park together. And one of the things that we learned is that even if you don't have a lot of funding, you can incorporate art in the actual built environment. Now with this development, we actually do have funding, but we also want to incorporate art in the built environment so that it is permanent, it is always there, and it's not just a statue, you know, in the middle of a park. So we wanted to be more creative than that. And so in these bubbles, basically you just see kind of imprints and images where we're literally trying to make the elements artistic. Next slide. This shows oh dear, I forget the word, I'm sorry. So, but this shows the grade changes that happen from Wiley Avenue all the way down to Washington Place. And so as a side view, this is one of, I always laugh at this slide, but this is the Keisha sign. We just put it there just to kind of show you that this is possibly where it could be. And then that overlook, there are different places. This was the start of us finding different places as to where the art would be. So let's go to the next slide, which is so much better, not as beautifully designed as that previous slide, but just keep in mind. So this is our most recent work, and we're very, very proud of it because everywhere where you see red, we have identified places where artists can actually infuse their work into the permanent space in the Hill. So everything is not temporary. And this is one of the things that we've talked about, but you just need time to design, right? And so literally like all across, well, I can tell you like the blue dots are where Keisha is gonna be. We've got her, but I really like all the other places that are in red. And I know that you can't see it, but just know that these are all places where we're thinking art can go here, art can go there. You know, art can go here, fabric art can go here, textile art, sculptures can go here. So we're in the fun part of our design, the even more fun part of our design. And I just wanted to make sure that I highlighted this and that this is a part of what meets the cultural legacy and the history and the CSIP, but more importantly, it hits the cultural legacy for the entire city, right? Because this is a win, not just for the historic Hill District, it's a win for the entire city of Pittsburgh. So next slide. So overall, this is kind of what you're seeing when we talk about connecting Wiley Avenue. And one thing that's really important, you all, is that I had an artist info session with Lakeisha Bird, and we talked to some of the artists. And one of the things they were asking was, well, you know, well, we have an art studio on Wiley Avenue, or we have places on Wiley Avenue that we would also like to be highlighted. And also, you know, the Crawford Grill has historic markers still on Wiley Avenue. So Wiley Avenue is still important. It's just that our main business corridor is on Center Avenue, right? So one of the things that we said we wanted to do was to create a legend that would, you know, highlight some of those places. And it's important that we want to sweep the interest up and above Crawford Street. This is not just about the Lower Hill, and it is not just about Crawford Street. This has always been the discussion. The August Wilson House is 2 blocks, you know, above on Bedford Avenue. Nafasi is on Center Avenue, just a few blocks above Crawford Avenue. All of these places are really important, and we want to highlight them and we want to honor them. So next slide. Yes, so this is it, you all. This is our presentation. This is the work that we have been doing over the last year, and for Bomani and myself and Lakeisha and Janae for the last 5 months. And I'm very proud of this project. It's time for us to write a new chapter of Pittsburgh that tells the progressive history of its past, as well as its future. We want to move forward with a new vision that honors and repairs the past, creates a better design, and forges a new equitable path of shared prosperity. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that I want to move forward with this project with our new mayor-elect Ed Gainey. And I'm very proud of him and very thankful for the chance that he gave me to do some community engagement that wasn't even in my neighborhood. So I want to thank you all so much for listening to us today. And we are grateful for the time that you've given us. Let's move forward and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
So I want to thank the development team for that very robust and thorough, looks like 111 slide presentation. I also really want to thank the folks who have stuck it out and are still with us in the meeting, because now we're going to move on to public comment. I think, right? There's still a bunch of slides here, but I think we're on public comment now. Yeah, there we go. And so now we're going to move on to public comment. This is a chance for, the board, the entire board, to hear from members of the community about your view of all these proposals. It's been said over and over again by the development team, by board members, that this needs to be a development that creates benefits for the broader community, whose benefits flow uphill to the middle and upper hill. So now we need to hear from members of the community what your thoughts on this are. And we do have, I think we have a number of folks who registered in advance for public comment. So I think we'll go to them first.
Sam, I would recommend reading the public comments first and then moving over to those that registered to give live public comment.
I think some of the folks who submitted written public comment are also going to provide live public comment. So I'm not sure how to.
I'm not 100% sure. I think some of them may have filled out the form. I think
we lost you. Diamante, did we lose you or did we lose me?
No, Sam, you're still here.
Okay. All right. I guess while Diamante's internet catches up with her, you're faster than your internet.
Yes, I am, all the time.
So I can read what we received. There's about 8 or 10 that we've received in writing. I'll read those out. And if there's overlap, then I guess so be it. And then we'll go to live public comment, which, as I said, we have a bunch of folks who registered for public comment in advance. We'll go to those first, and then we'll open it up to anybody else who wants to speak to the board. But first, let me get to the written public comment that we received in advance. So the first is from Lee Walls. Sorry, no, so that's they're also registered for live public comment. Okay, so the first written public comment is from Santi Turner, who says, as residents of the Hill District and members of the Zone 2 Public Safety Council, we offer our full support for the Lower Hill FNB Financial Center Development Project. Capital investments such as this project not only enhance business objectives, but also create economic opportunities and expanded growth for the communities in which they exist. As a council, we all agree on one fact: the redevelopment, revitalization of the Hill District is long overdue and we can wait no longer. We believe that this project will be the catalyst to improving the condition of our community and for creating a safer community for current Hill residents and future generations of Hill residents. We do, however, expect all parties involved to keep the interest of the Hill Districts and its residents in the forefront of this project as it moves forward. And it's actually signed by the Zone 2 Public Safety Council, Gail Felton, Chair, members Lorraine Moten, Tanya Ford, Sante Turner, Pam Walker, Tiffany Kinney, Antoine Bailey, Jan Council, Antoine Smalls, Tom Boyd, Mike Logan, and Gilbert Lowe. There also is a written comment from Gilbert Lowe III, who wrote, "My name is Gilbert Lowe III, PE. I am a professional engineer licensed by the state of Pennsylvania and a real estate investor. I was born and raised in the Hill District, and I graduated from Shenley High School in 2000. I graduated from Penn State University in 2005. My real estate investment company, Grintel Capital, is in the Hill District at 1810 Webster Avenue. I am in support of the FNB Tower development moving forward. I believe that this redevelopment will be a benefit to the community. Growing up in the Hill in the 80s and 90s, I have seen what delay and decline looks like, but I believe it's time for the Hill District to prosper like the rest of the city has done. I routinely jog down Bedford Avenue from the Hill and through the Strip, and I'm amazed at the city within a city that has been built behind Smallman Street on Waterfront Place in such a short period of time. I ask myself, how is it possible for a whole neighborhood to be built behind Smallman Street so quickly? I believe the answer to that question is without delay. I want us to have more than a parking lot, and therefore I welcome the funding for Hill District businesses without delay. I welcome the funding for homeowners to repair their homes without delay. I welcome the job opportunities without delay. I welcome the funding for social programs without delay. I welcome the amenities that follow an office building which can serve the community without delay. I welcome the FNB Tower project without delay." The next public comment comes from Carl Redwood, who wrote, "I'm writing to request that the draft policies and procedures for the Greater Hill District Neighborhood Reinvestment Fund be tabled and should not be presented to the URA board for adoption. I feel the advisory board for the fund should be convened to review this or other drafts before it is presented to the URA for review and action. I do not think the Hill CDC should be made the co-chair by the URA and councilmen without community discussion, and I strongly disagree with the Hill CDC receiving regular unrestricted disbursements of 4% as an entitlement. My request, do not act on the Hill Reinvestment Fund guidelines at this time. There should be full community discussion. The Lower Hill Working Group does not represent the community." Signed, Carl Redwood, Hill District Consensus Group. The next submission comes from Rhonda Hall, who wrote, "I am Dr. Rhonda Hall, a lifelong resident of the Hill District. I support the Lower Hill project. As I've said before, the Penguins and the development team will have to continuously earn the trust of the Hill District. The presence of Bomani, Dr. Kim Ellis, Felicia Bird, and other Hill businesses is encouraging. We need more investment in the Middle Hill. Center Avenue is in horrible condition and we expect better. On the LERTA funds, we need full transparency and accountability over those funds. I am not in support of the guidelines as they are written. We need community input on how those funds are managed. I would like to thank Mr. Bomani House for his direct outreach to ensure community residents were informed of the developer's proposal since it hadn't been presented to the larger community. Thank you." The next submission is from Beverly Walker, who wrote, "I would like to lend my support for the Lower Hill development to move forward. It may not be the ideal arrangement, but it's a start in the right direction. I'm a lifelong Hill District resident and homeowner. I know what my community looked like as a child, but our younger generation knows nothing but blight. I also don't agree with the current guidelines for the LERTA funding. I feel that there needs to be more transparency, accountability, and more community input on who manages those funds. Thank you. The next submission is from Cleophas Harris, who wrote, "My name is Cleophas Harris, and I have lived in the Hill District my entire life. I plan to be here for many years to come and would like to see the Hill redeveloped in my lifetime, not only for me, but for the entire community. I've seen the Lower Hill have many false starts, and this time it looks like we might actually see a development. This is a good thing, but it's also important that developers keep in mind that the middle and upper hill needs redeveloped too. The developer agreeing to help jumpstart middle and upper hill projects, as they stated at another meeting, is key. This is a good start, but I do want to see more regarding jobs from the development team. Hill District residents and Black residents from all over the city need better jobs in order to avoid more Black people being pushed out of the city. I've not seen enough yet about employment, but I'm encouraged by the First Source Center opening. For that reason, I support the project, particularly the FNB Tower, because based on what I see, FNB is already doing right by the community, and with this development can do more. My final comment, which is more of a question, is about the money that is coming to the Hill from LERTA. Where will those dollars be kept, and what groups will be controlling the money? How can more voices be at the table for complete transparency? We need to see results from the money, or it will disappear before our very eyes and there will be no development to show for it. The Hill District needs to meet regarding LERTA and any other money coming to the Hill before anything is finalized. We have a submission from Tanya Ford, who writes simply, "I am in full support of the Lower Hill project. It's time to progress." Another from James Scott, who wrote, "I support the Lower Hill FNB Tower, in particular the young man Bomani, who's been reaching out to the community, educating residents like myself who aren't typically engaged in what he's trying to do. There could be a lot of good construction jobs to teach our youth a trade and get them on the right path, and it's about time somebody actually showed some interest in getting Hill residents back to work. There's a lot of talk about building up the Hill, and it's good to see. There's a lot of talk about money coming in here, which is good to hear, but we need to see proof that the dollars are making sense for real deal Hill District residents that need their spirits lifted, not just a select few with all the control. Penguins need to keep working with the community to ensure the Hill stays the Hill, but at the same time, the Hill needs to get caught up for our kids' sake. We need more businesses, a grocery store, and homes that people can afford to own, not just rent their whole life. I don't know if the Lower Hill can do all of that. My hope is that the Hill gets back to being the center for everything center of everything for Black Pittsburgh. Let's move the Hill forward with that in mind." And then the last two are from Felicity and Marimba, who I think are going to read them and provide their own public comment statements.
Yes, I think all of the remaining public comments, those parties are here, and I believe they would like to speak in person.
Yeah.
If possible, so.
If that doesn't happen, we can come back and read them, but let's allow them to speak for themselves.
Absolutely.
So those are, I think, all of the, oh, sorry, there was one that was emailed but wasn't consolidated into the public comment document yet from Glenn Rayson, but I believe he's also prepared to speak publicly.
It is in the document, and I believe that he is prepared to speak publicly.
Okay. Okay, so then I think we can move on to the live public comment.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to Daniel. He's put a lot of thought into how to manage this. So Daniel, I'm going to turn it over to you for you to begin to facilitate how we bring in the folks who will give live public comment.
So we ask that if you haven't pre-registered for live public comment, that you enter your full name first and last in the Q&A. We will take comment from those individuals as we receive them. Everyone who's registered for live public comment will receive 3 minutes to speak. I will be timing that 3 minutes, and when you're about 10 seconds up from your time limit, I will let you know that. So yes, if you haven't already registered for public comment, but would like to provide public comment, please type your full name into the Q&A and we'll take it from there. But we'll start with those who did pre-register for public comment, which I don't have the document in front of me. So if one of my colleagues could let me know who's first.
First one on the document is Rhonda Hall.
I think that public comment was read already.
Yeah, okay. So then Derek Tillman.
Okay, Derek, let me get my timer set. Okay, you have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Okay, thank you. My name is Derek Tillman. I'm President and CEO of a company called Bridging the Gap Development based in the Hill District. I am a community stakeholder, also a church member in the Hill. Used to live there, and family has deep, deep ties to the Hill, but had to move during the riots. And God willing, I'll soon be a resident again. My comments related to the Greater Hill District Reinvestment Fund. I was reviewing the drafts and I have some concerns, too many to address in 3 minutes, but I'll name a few. Overall, the document seems to be very nonprofit heavy, and the tone seems to forget about the business community, unlike the CSIP, which explicitly states creation for opportunities for MWBEs, wealth building, et cetera. 4 main points. One, the recurring revenue initiatives under community control. I had an issue with this definition before because community control only included nonprofits, even though, small business owners were leveraging, our time, our treasure, our talent, many times mortgaging our homes, but still not included under the definition of community, which I don't understand. 2, small business owners, minority small business owners, minority developers are not explicitly stated in eligible uses. I think that needs to change. 3, the conflict of interest policy talks about you can't be on the board and receive funding. However, it does talk about funding being available for institutional preservation. And some of those institutions are on the board. So that's a conflict in language. I don't have an issue with being on a board and receiving funding, but it should just say something like you have to recuse yourself, if it's something that you have a financial interest in. 4, the initial members of the advisory board, I don't think it's an equal representation of the community voice. And I think we need a more balanced, equitable distribution and representation of the community. Right now, it includes 5 nonprofits, 3 government agencies, and 1 church. I think it should be more like 4 nonprofits, 3 government entities, 2 MBE developers, 2 MBE small business owners, and 3 churches. Seems to be a more equitable representation of the community and the community voice. In conclusion, I recommend that we table any voting. I also would like to request a
10 seconds.
I also would like to request a meeting with the advisory board and others to review edits and come to consensus around the document and the advisory board members. Thank you.
Okay, who's up next?
Like Tyan is up
Tyan
next.
Battle.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hold on just 1 second. Okay, begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyan Battle. I am the founder and executive director of ACH Clear Pathways. We are a nonprofit organization that has been blessed with servicing youth and community with artistic programming in the Hill District. I am happy to say that I am in support of the FNB project for several reasons, but primarily it is the neighbor of the L.C. Hillman Kaufman Auditorium, which our organization just purchased in 2019. The organization has developed $1.9 million in addition to the L.C. Hillman Kaufman Auditorium, and we look forward to bringing more economic development to the Center Avenue corridor. I can echo what Derek Tillman just stated. We are a nonprofit organization, and that is to service community. But I think what we need in the Hill District community is more economic development. One of my struggles was when my father was dying of cancer. He wasn't able to get his medication because we had nowhere in the Hill District community to get that medication. He had to go across the Birmingham Bridge just for a grocery store. So I feel like this FNB project is going to bring more economic development, more impact to the community for small businesses, and more growth for our children who are coming up in the Hill District community. I can remember being a kid, Center Avenue was a corridor at that time, and that was back in the 90s. I can remember shopping at the Hills Pharmacy, where my family was able to go there and cash their paychecks because they weren't able to get a bank account. So I feel like Bomani, Kim, and Janae being on this project is going to bring some revitalization to the project as a whole and to our community. But I do agree that we need to have more bodies managing the LERTA money and also any other funding that's coming into our community. Because for so long, I've been doing this work for 10 years, there has been pushback about redevelopment in the Hill District, and nonprofits were the only ones who had access to the funding. So we need to get a body together so that we all are aware and there's more transparency of where this money is coming into and what the money would be used for. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Who do we have next?
And next is Representative Jake Wheatley.
I do not see that person in the attendees list. Is it possible that they have a different display name?
I don't know. While we're figuring out if Representative Wheatley is with us, maybe we can go to the next person at least on the list, which is Leonard Hammonds.
I am here.
Okay, your 3 minutes starts now.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, to the board and everyone in attendance. My name is Leonard Hammonds, and I am the Chief of Staff for State Representative Jake Wheatley Jr., and I have a written statement from the representative. As State Representative of the 19th Legislative District and as a resident of the Hill District, I have participated in numerous discussions and meetings related to the Lower Hill District site. I have worked with the Penguins and other community leadership for many years, and I'm glad to see these efforts moving forward in the advancement and development of the Lower Hill. For many years, our goal has been to help build consensus with the Penguins and their development team, along with the community, to work together for the benefit of the Hill District. Today, as this project continues to move forward into its next phase, we as a community are ready to move forward with equitable development on the Lower Hill. I stand in continued full support alongside Councilman Lavelle and other elected and non-elected leaders in the respective development team to move forward with this development in this phase. It is a worthwhile effort, and I am thankful for everyone's willingness to be a part of our community and to make this commitment and this investment into the historic Hill District. Now is the time for all of us to continue to work for a much better outcome for our residents, businesses, and organizations. Thank you.
believe up next is Marimba Millionaires from the Hill
Her last name is
CDC.
pronounced Malayans. It's Marimba Malayans.
Oh, I apologize.
It's all right.
Okay. Let me get it. Okay, your 3 minutes starts right now.
Thank you. My comments are going to extend beyond 3 minutes. So I just want to ask for a little bit of deference because of our involvement in the project for the past 12 years. I also want to just respond to some of the comments before I start that the reason why the Hill CDC is receiving operating support is because the Hill CDC singularly filed an appeal in the Court of Common Pleas many years ago to secure the LERTA fund for the Hill District community. And so I appreciate that everyone wants to participate and everyone should benefit. There are very explicit and clear reasons as to why the Hill CDC is being recognized for the leadership it demonstrated for the Hill District community. With that said, to the board members of the URA Board of Directors, I want to bring to your attention that the development team has still not signed a community reinvestment plan for blocks G1 and block G4, and that the development team has abandoned the Hill District's only unified community voice for community development. The Development Review Panel is the name of that community process. Additionally, the developer was largely non-responsive to the Executive Management Committee's request. The two bodies asked for, one, a non-legally binding commitment to include first source hiring goals of 1 in 10 new employees in tenant leases so that Hill District residents would have a chance of getting hired. BPG and the Penns said no. We asked for a commercially reasonable amount of affordable commercial space in the tower for small and Black-owned businesses so that outdoor kiosks are not the only option for these types of businesses. BPG and the Penguins said no. We asked for community ownership in the form of a condo, which I now see the development team is doing commercial condos. And we asked for community ownership of the actual kiosk. Again, the only location where most Black businesses and small businesses will be able to afford to be located. BPG and the Penns said no. We asked for advisory and decision-making partnership with the community for their proposed Hill District Opportunity Zone Fund, which are known to potentially gentrify neighborhoods. BPG and the Penns said no. We asked for reinvestment into the children of the Hill District community by piloting a program such as baby bonds for low-income families. BPG and the Penns said no. A commitment to fully fund the First Source Hiring Center for the length of the development. BPG and the Penns said no. We've heard so many no's that it's hard to believe that the development team's efforts rise to the level of best efforts, as you required in May 2020 when they requested a preliminary takedown. The fact is, we had to ask the development team to stop asking for meetings since they were not making any substantive plans to their any substantive changes to their plans month to month. The City Planning Commission discerned that, quote, something is off and conditioned their approval on Block G1 and Block G4, and so should the URA and the SCA Board of Directors. You should condition your approval on a signed community reinvestment plan. The City Planning Commission required that the development team more transparently and effectively show how they are meeting community agreements in forthcoming developments, as opposed to the development team being overly reliant on slick marketing and a handful of gigs for residents. I am here to alert you to the lack of partnership demonstrated by the developer and the circumvention of the community process, which has unfortunately and perhaps unknowingly been aided by the URA. The EMC and DRP are the only processes and the only forums for the community to give deep dive input versus singularly one-off individuals who may not be as familiar with all of the machinations of the process. My request is that you demonstrate the highest level of discernment today and in the days leading up to the vote. I would encourage you to look beyond the headlines and marketing slicks and to ask yourself the most critical questions. Why did the URA refuse the Hill CDC's request for a formal legal opinion on which members of the Executive Management Committee should be ineligible to vote on the development team's performance against the CSIP due to the conflicts of interest? When you saw the 100% earlier, I think we must ask, who sits behind those scores? The answer is Kevin Ackland, an employee of the Pittsburgh Penguins, Tracy McCants Lewis, an employee of the Pittsburgh Penguins, Irvin Williams, a consultant to Buccini Polling Group, Glenn Mahone, a former and possibly current counsel to the Pittsburgh Penguins, So you see, the EMC is a little stacked in favor of the developer and not so much for the community. And so we ask you to be very discerning as you decide how you want to view and weigh the input from the EMC on this specific development. While we respect these professionals in general, there is no question that they are conflicted and should not be providing their recommendation to a body such as the URA on whether their plan measures up against the CSIP. At the EMC level, each of these persons has declined to hire legal counsel specifically for the EMC to secure an opinion on how to deal with conflicts of the magnitude in question. Perhaps this explains why you don't have a monthly memo from the project administrator, Lance Harrell, as you have for the past months, for the past several months. Why did not the URA break out the project so that Block G1 and Block G4 could be assessed on its own merits versus clustered together to give the appearance that they meet the goals of the CSIP? For example, the tower has job opportunities, but fulfills no wealth building opportunities, cultural legacy goals, or even long-term job opportunities from tenants. So when we open this building, there are no commitments from the people who will occupy the building to hire people from the Hill District or even from the city of Pittsburgh. I think that's something the URA board ought to consider. Why is it okay for taxpayers to provide tens of millions of dollars of subsidy for this project for wealthy organizations with no assurances for jobs by the developer for Pittsburghers beyond construction-related commitments? Why are most of the advocates who desire no additional community benefits employees of the developer or business owners who are getting a contract? And why are they showing up in the final hour after you can see for yourself? After all, you can see for yourself that the community reinvestment programs have not substantively changed since they were before you in May of 2020. Finally, please ask yourself, who is ready to stand accountable if the community members who are raising flags today turn out to be right when we look up in 2023, when the building opens? Are you as individuals and public servants prepared for what is to come? Pittsburgh keeps flying the banner of equity, and time after time, we keep falling short when the opportunities to make real change are presented. We're better than this, aren't we? Marimba Malayan, signatory of the CSIP, member of the Executive Management Committee, President and CEO of the Hill CDC. Thank you. And thank you.
Thank you. I think the next registrant at least is Lee Walls.
Bear with me just a second. My computer has decided to freeze.
Reverend Walls, you're unmuted.
Okay.
I'm here.
All right, you can begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members of the URA, stakeholders, members of the executive staff for Bucini Poland. My name is Lee Walls. I'm a lifelong Hill District resident. I was displaced from the lower 28 acres some 71 years ago and remember it vividly, so this is real for me. In 2015, the district community, Hill District community began a collaborative process among community, its organizations to create a process of reviewing projects that would impact the Hill District. The Developmental Review Panel, or the DRP, was created and has reviewed approximately 40 plus projects that have been completed or are in the pipeline of projects or in some phase of pre-development. The role of the DRP is strictly compliance in terms of its nature. The members of the DRP felt it was important for us to address this body around this issue. Created by the community for the community as a unified voice for the Greater Hill District community by providing community input, enhancing and promoting successful project. First, I want to reiterate the role of the DRP and its members. Our process is the Hill District's unified, comprehensive community review process that gives every Hill District resident a voice in the redevelopment of their neighborhood. It is a partnership between 6 organizations: the Hill District Education Council, the Hill District Ministers Alliance, the Hill District Community Development Corporation, Uptown Partners, Hill District Consensus Group, and the Center That Cares. Each organization appoints a Hill District resident to participate and review developmental proposals alongside our guiding documents, the Greater Hill District Master Plan, and in this case, the Lower Hill as it relates to the Community Collaboration and Implementation Plan, also known as the CCIP. This is relevant and informative for you, the URA board, to remember that the Community Collaboration Implementation Plan, CCIP, is relevant not only for community residents, but for developers of the Lower Hill District, as determined by the Hill community and the Developmental Review Process Panel. In conclusion, in high school, one of my favorite plays was The End Around. It was a play that ignited and sometimes turned a defeat into a victory, although not so much in my high school. In community development, however, the end around can be deemed as a ploy to disenfranchise a community. The CCIP was signed by the mayor, the Penguins, the Hill District community, and our councilman. It is a document that is relevant, should be recognized and respected. However, the Hill District Community Review process is stewarded by the DRP and EMC. I'm here to ask the board, URA board, to respect the Hill District community process, respect its relation to the CCIP. In the words of a very wise man, the time is always right to do what is right. Thank you.
10 seconds.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
I think there's only one other person who pre-registered, which is Claudie Pierre. And if they are not with us,
Yeah, they are.
okay.
I will let you know when your comment period starts. Okay, you're good to go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chef Claudie Pierre, and I am excited to just simply say, on behalf of the people that we serve thousands of meals to throughout, we would love to see development, but we would also love to see transparency. The one thing that we have not heard was legally binding contracts for a lot of the entrepreneurs and a lot of the different organizations that are vying for and very excited about. And I understand both sides of the coin. And as a community member and a resident of the Hill, we want to see a beautification process happening. Simultaneously to building, we would love to see a lot of beautification happening right now to make it more attractive for other small businesses to come to. So with that being said, I really am here to talk about the transparency of legal public documents. I want to just see more things around, and I believe that we need the development more than ever. I think we have more resources than ever and understanding more than ever, and we have a lot of competent people. But I also believe that, you know, we need to find ways to make things more transparent. There is a group of small business owners that have been talking a lot lately, and we believe that that's low-hanging fruit, that once we start talking to people who are invested, developers as well as small businesses, we need to make sure that it's in writing, some of the promises that are being made. We also need to make sure that, you know, we're holding each other accountable on all fronts. And even when the money, the LERTA money that has been fought for is coming down the pipeline, we need to make sure that there's a lot of transparency and efficiency with the speed of it and the projects that are picked to make sure that that comes to us. I'm not gonna stay long, but with the people that we touch every day, between transportation during this process and access to food, we really would love to see the development happen, but with transparency and clarity to the community members that will be inconvenienced in a lot of different ways throughout the process. So I think that there is work to be done. I do believe that development needs to happen. And I believe that we have to really consider some of the things that the community is saying, but development needs to happen. And let's get some legally binding documents put publicly so we can start to hold each other accountable. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you. So I think those are all the people who had registered in advance for public comment. So I don't, Daniel, you got to wait for people to identify themselves.
We've got 3 more public comments from Dale Snyder, then Glenn Grayson, and then Felicity Williams.
And Tracy McCants Lewis, I think, is the last registered public commenter. So we'll end with her and then transition into opening it up.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, you should be good to speak, Tracy. Okay, your 3 minutes starts right now.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the URA board for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I'm going to read a letter that was drafted and signed by numerous members of the Executive Management Committee. Again, my name is Tracy McCants Lewis. I am Vice President of Human Resources and a Deputy General Counsel for the Pittsburgh Penguins. As members of the CSIP Executive Management Committee, we confirm our commitment to ensure the developer's adherence to the CSIP goals. Both FNB and Buccini Polling Group have responded to guidance from the EMC related to their responsibilities as outlined in the CSIP. Over the past year, they have improved and proven their commitment to the CSIP with respect to the first phase of the Lower Hill redevelopment, specifically the FNB Tower proposed to be built on parcels G1 and G4 on the Lower Hill. MBE hiring and hiring commitments, and the first source center, to name a few. Community development is not easy, and a project of this magnitude is no different. The EMC has been actively reviewing the developer's community benefits plan and engaging in negotiations to oversee that the entire development is in alignment with the goals of the CSIP. Through these negotiations, there has been some give and take, and while not all parties have been happy at all times, the proposed FNB Tower project is an important first step that will ignite the equitable redevelopment on the Lower Hill and offer economic community investment in the Middle and Upper Hill District after years of delay. As you are aware, the first phase of the Lower Hill redevelopment has received final approval by the Planning Commission, and we support approval from the Urban Redevelopment Authority. Being that the Hill District has suffered from disinvestment for over 70 years, we believe that this project is a historic first step in the right direction. The work of the AMC will be ongoing, committed work that will oversee the entire redevelopment, not just a single project or phase. Our work to ensure compliance with the CSIP will not cease. There is more work to be done, and we know that, and it needs to be done by the developer in the future to reach the CSIP goals that we as members of the EMC are empowered to see come to fruition. Signed by Tracy McCants Lewis, Glenn Mahone, Kevin Ackland, Cheyenne Battle, Irvin Williams, and Majestic Lane. Again, I thank you for the opportunity. We, as members of the EMC, are committed to ensuring that the development team is in compliance with the CSIP. Thank you so much.
Okay, next up is going to be Dale Snyder, and I will unmute you. Okay, your 3 minutes starts now.
All right, I'm Reverend Dr. Dale Snyder, pastor of Bethel AME Church, the oldest historical Black church west of the Allegheny. Our denomination started in 1787 from the Free African Society. And in 1808, Bethel was founded here in Pittsburgh. We've been part of this community for 213 years. I want to tell you a story about what happened to our congregation. We were in the center of the Lower Hill, and I want to thank the Pittsburgh Penguins for agreeing to hear our story and help us talk about reparations. But what the URA done to our 3,000 plus member congregation in 1958 was egregious. They gave Epiphany an exemption, and our church sat not too far from where Epiphany sits right now. When I looked and heard the presentation from the developers and from those who are presenting, it hurt my heart because the 3,000 souls are speaking, many more than that were affected. We still have members of our church who were affected by the move of Bethel AME Church. We started the first school in the city of Pittsburgh to teach Blacks to read. The seminary where I graduated from 2 weeks ago with my doctorate in ministry, the resolution to start a higher education institution came from Bethel AME Church. At one point, the AME Church owned 29 historical Black colleges, seminaries, and schools of learning, not only here in America, but also in Africa. We're a connected church of 7,000 churches throughout the United States. We offer free scholarships for kids to go to school at Wilberforce University free if they meet certain economic criteria. My position is, I come from a construction background. Me and my father owned a construction company before I went into business, before I went into the ministry. So I went backwards. I'm a member of Local 66, operating engineers. I came from Erie, Pennsylvania. I pastored in Erie. So I had to I was to come up from Erie for about 3 months before we got to Parsonage together. And every day I drove by, or every other day I drove by the CAP project. Didn't see one Black person working. Went down there yesterday, didn't see one Black person working. My concern is those who are saying they're going to do the things, show me the proof by what you've done in the past. Everyone can talk about what I'm going to do. I'm concerned. I'm concerned because we have not heard from the URA as far as our reparations. I'm concerned we haven't heard from the developers a part of our reparations. I don't know if you recognize the damage that was done to us. We could not find land because there was deed restrictions in 1958. So we ended up building our church currently on top of a housing project. We had to take out a mortgage because the money that we received from the URA was not enough to build our 1,900 seat sanctuary. We had to build a 900 seat sanctuary. We lost 2/3 of our congregation.
10 seconds.
So I just want you all to know I'm in support of development, but I'm also in support of accountability. And I offer our services because we have not been invested in this process. We don't sit on any of the seats, and we're the oldest historical African-American business. A nonprofit is still a business. And we're only 2 other organizations that survived, from my understanding, West Funeral Home and Bethel AME Church are the only ones that survived the move of the Lower Hill. The majority of our membership, the 8,000 people that's displaced, 3,000 of them were our members. So not to have our story told and to have a kiosk or someone offer us to put a plaque down where our historical land sat is not a community benefit for Bethel AME Church. So I want to thank the Penguins, and I encourage the Busini Group and all the developers to reach out to me, to reach out to Bethel AME Church. We have historic members, Doris Carson Williams.
Okay, unfortunately, sir, your time has elapsed.
Hey, I'm gonna just cut in here and exercise my discretion as chair to let him finish if he wants to finish. We heard from the development team for over an hour. I think we can listen to the Reverend from Bethel for as he finishes his comments. So can you turn that back on?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
Okay, you're back on.
Reverend, this is Sam Williamson. I apologize for that. I want to make sure you have a chance to finish what you were saying.
It looks like he's still muted.
We get him unmuted?
He's been.
It doesn't look like he's on the call anymore. If he logs
I'm on
back
the
in,
call.
we will. Okay, all right, there he is. There's Reverend Schneider.
I want to kind of give you.
Please go ahead and finish because I wanted to make sure you have a chance. We heard from others for a long time, so I want to make sure you have a chance to finish what you were saying.
Members of my congregation are Doris Carson Williams, the president of the African American Chamber of Commerce, 500 African American businesses. Greg Spencer, a community activist, sits on hospital boards, as well as Doris Carson Williams. Members of my church also is Brother Sewell and his wife, who owns a newspaper over 50 years. Tim Stevens is a member of my church at Trinity. We have not been engaged in this process. We have been blackballed for 63 years. And these are prominent members in the community who have not been able to give their voice to this project. So a lot of people say, why did we come to the table late? We didn't know it was a table. Now, I came here, Pastor, 15 years ago. I'm speaking on behalf of our congregation. When I asked them about what should we ask for as reparations for our church, my members said they want their church back. They want the development rights to their land. We want what the URA took from us. We did not want our church torn down. We did not want you to take our 3,000 plus members and displace them. We were a vibrant mega church in the 50s and the 40s. We were the welfare for the community. We were the medical team for the community. We done everything that had to be done in the community, not only here in Pittsburgh, but around the country. We seeded congregations, we seeded seminaries, we seeded colleges. So my anger and frustration, I hope that doesn't come across that way. We sent out, because we're a very progressive congregation, 60,000 text messages at this last midterm election. We're nonpartisan, but we sent that around all of our churches to encourage our people to vote. As a result of ours, the Black Voters Matters, and others, we're able to get the count out to 32% for the African-American community. What I'm saying to you is we are a voice for the people. We want a seat at the table. We want our fair reparations. And I hope you are a board that you can correct the egregiousness that was done to our congregation some 60 years ago. We did not want to move, and the only land we can find was 3 minutes from where Trinity AME Church sits, which came out of Bethel AME Church 100 years ago. It affected us detrimentally. Our congregation went from 3,000 to currently we're about 140 people. And the reason being, our Citadel of Hope, our beacon of hope that was built in 1908, a sanctuary to sit 1,900 people. Black people came from the South, from the West, from everywhere. And it gave them, that was a beacon of hope. If Black people can build this in the center of Pittsburgh and downtown Pittsburgh, there was nothing impossible for us. And that was the hope that we gave for 213 years, and we're still giving for 213 years. And so we said, we don't want our sacred land and our historical context and our relationship to Pittsburgh and this country to be minimized, to be a side piece. We want our story told, and we want a win, and we believe we can create a win-win for everyone. But everyone needs to know the truth of what happened to Bethel AME Church. We sat right across from the Penguin Stadium where it's sitting right now. And you just imagine, if you go down there, we're gonna have a grand opening on June the 5th. And I ask you all to come down so you can see where Bethel sit. And I'm encouraging development. I'm not saying stop the project, but what I'm saying is include us in the process to create a win-win. And I'm not just talking about lip service. I've been in construction I'm 62 years old. I've been in construction for 50 years. I know fluff when I smell fluff. Now, I was just down to the CAP project, didn't see no Black folks working. So tell me, how are you gonna get Black folks working on this project when you're not able to get Black folks working on the project that's right across from the pen right now? So I'm not beholden to anyone but God and the people that I pastor. And I want to see Black folks working on the job. Black folks, I want to see the contracts minimized to a smaller size. You can't have a $25 million contract or $50 million contract and expect small businesses to work on it. Break the contracts down small enough so minority businesses can succeed. Put a process in place where their payrolls can be carried every 2 weeks because they can't get capitalization. Put a window in for the contractors who will bid on the contract that will have a large minority participation in their workforce already, or make that a goal. Well, if they have 20% minority workforce development that they're going to hire, then that should be a carrot for them to get the contract. So I'm done. I have a lot of experience. I'm so proud of where Pittsburgh is going, but we have some serious, deep-rooted problems that we have to root out. I'm done. Thank you so much for hearing my voice, and I hope to work with you all in the future to create a win-win for everybody in the Hill, and primarily for Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I believe next up is Felicity Williams. After that, I believe it will be, and forgive me if I get your name wrong, Arby, if they're still on the call, and then finally Glenn Grayson. So I will, I don't see Felicity in the meeting room. If you have a different display name, oh, under CDC, okay. Sorry about that. I will, okay, you are good to begin your remarks. Unfortunately, not coming in very clear.
Hold on. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, can I ask that you allow Arby and Glenn to speak first because they were ahead of me in the list and I would prefer to just go in order.
Glenn is actually the last person on the list, so you would be the next person in the order.
Okay, you got, okay, all right.
I mean, I think that's fine if we can unmute Glenn. He's got to go, so just so we don't lose his public comment.
Well, and I know Arby put his, I just recognized that they put their names in the chat and I did not hear anyone recognize that. And so I want to make sure that Glenn and Arby, they were ahead of me, just being fair, that they got to speak.
If Glenn's ready and he has another obligation, then let's bring him up.
Okay.
And then we'll get back to Felicity.
Okay, you're good to begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, everyone. Greetings. When testifying, you are asked, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I believe that there has been some truths provided by the development team and some that are not exactly the whole truth. Today, based upon my vantage point, I'd like to share just some of my truths and the whole truth surrounding PAR's best effort in the Lower Hill development. The truth. This development comes at a crucial time, not only for the Hill District, but for Pittsburgh as a whole. I personally don't hear many opposing the redevelopment of the 28-acre site, and I cautiously welcome the development. This development was always complicated by many factors, and the pandemic only enhanced those factors. Lack of community investment, historic history of past wrongs, and a developer committed to continuing a development after a pandemic is no easy task. I understand the political, community, and financial pressure to secure a deal as soon as possible. The whole truth. In agreeing to the current plan, without a condition of a signed community agreement, what Dr. Ellis just said, and DRP approval will lead down the same path that the Hill District faced over 70 years ago. Yes, we can't afford to lose this deal, but we also can't afford to do the same thing expecting different results. That's called insanity. The community does not oppose the FNB Tower, but opposes the community benefits that are being offered based upon a future multi-million-dollar project. There is a true difference. The truth. BPG has made tremendous strides and should be acknowledged for their current pre-construction MWBE numbers. They have attended some EMC meetings and calls. They have replied in some form to the community reinvestment plan. They have continuously presented many arguments on how they are achieving the CSIP requirements based upon their current plan. The whole truth. The developer's current plan, community and reinvestment plan, has not changed since the initial URA request in the May 2020 board meeting. The EMC and the DRP have given numerous feedback. The amount of time, meetings, and undelivered promised documents have led to my pushback to the developer. The current plan provides no ownership, no rental opportunities for Hill District residents at a reduced rate, no community collaboration, and all current money dedicated to the community will be held by government agencies. Negotiation takes place when both parties agree to making sacrifices to reach a deal, both parties. I understand not all requests can be met, but not one request from the community partners have been agreed upon. The frustration The lack of timely responses, the public propaganda, the changing of negotiation formats, broken promises, again, no signed agreement, and the same proposal written in different forms saying the same thing has all led us to where we're at now. Again, I don't oppose the project. I oppose the current community benefits. There is a difference. The truth, the community members, community organizations, and government agencies, and the EMC all play a role in the assurance of the CSIP. The CSIP took many years and hard work to guide the future development of the Lower Hill. The implementation of the CSIP has many layers, and again, it's very complicated. Based upon one's personal perspective, one can argue that the CSIP is either being met or unmet. The whole truth, due to the complexity of all parties involved, is why the approval of the DRP is so important. Each party listed above at some point in this project has had a conflict of interest. The importance of following procedure, whether you agreeing or disagreeing with the process, is extremely important. The process of assuring true community feedback and compliance is a major concern. The CSIP has to be met on all levels at various points of time. The CSIP is not a one-size-fits-all. Many who share in the Warner development and that you have saw on the video earlier have never seen the current community reinvestment plan. My job as an elected committee member of the EMC for the community is to ensure that the community receives the best benefits from this plan, not the development. Okay? Again, this is based upon my vantage point as an EMC member and a Hill District resident. I ask that if you vote today or moving forward, that you place a condition on a signed reinvestment plan with additional changes and to encourage TAR to complete the DRP review process. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. Felicity, did you want to go next?
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay, we got another comment that RV hadn't been acknowledged to provide public comment.
Yes, to be clear, that order is not the order in which they were received. It's the order in which the Q&A was acknowledged by the board, or by me rather. So the order is kind of arbitrary, but if you want to go last, we can let RV go first.
I would prefer to let him go first.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, you're good to go, RB.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is RB Bankston, lifelong Hill resident. My father had a business on Heron Avenue. I have family displaced from the lower 28 acres, which was 100 acres originally. So my family's been affected by displacement. Heron Avenue is still vacant, 1975 till today. So a couple things. I'm a DRP member. I'm also a board member on the Hill District Consensus Group. And I'm a retired engineer. Have a lot of training and evaluating these things much beyond what people assume. And I've worked on 3 continents as an engineer consultant. So I've worked with quite a few people, different nationalities, about 20 or 30. So that's a little bit about me. So to go through this, the first thing I want to talk about is this. I keep hearing about this Equal Opportunity Review Commission and how the development team passed it. So here's the Equal Opportunity Review Commission. Reviews and approves all applicable construction contracts for compliance with the Pittsburgh Code of Ordinance, as well as the contractor's compliance with the City of Pittsburgh's policies regarding women minority business opportunities. So that is apples and oranges because none of that is in alignment with the CSIP. So the other thing is the DRP was kind of discounted and disrespected and so forth, and it's from the community. So we need to understand that the EMC, the way it's structured, really isn't for the community, because today we had 6 of 9 members on a statement. Not all, it wasn't unanimous. And the EMC itself has 3 or 4 members that work for the Penguin. So there's conflict there, and the community recognizes that, and there's not much trust. So let's go to October 2019, when Block B and E were the takedown, and nothing's happened since then. And in the current term sheet, some of the attributes of the Block B and E term sheet has been transferred. So one of the comments is that there is no schedule or agreement in place with a timetable, and there needs to be penalties if these things are missed. So big picture, the census tract was moved, and the IRS just said that, well, you can't use an opportunity zone, but it doesn't matter because the census tract was moved. Now the AMI is going to go up, it's starting to rise. And so by 2024 to be in effect, that means that community development block grants won't be available. They're already not available to residents up here on Sugar Top. So it's a squeeze from the top and the bottom. The middle hill will be gentrified and people will be displaced, and the AMI will continue to go up with development. And the opportunity zone that they propose will also be, because there has to be a profit potential for investment. So none of those things are helping the residents. And that's my point. You've got, well, 14 people in their 5-minute video out of approximately 10,000 residents. Okay, most of the residents don't believe this is something that will benefit them, and that's a problem. So let's go to LERTA. So I was told that this policy and procedures was law, required by law. So I looked at Act 76 of 1977, which is LERTA, and I looked at Act 385 of 1945, which is urban redevelopment. So there's no precedent for another entity, the URA, to tell another entity, the advisory board, how to conduct their business. They're not following the CSIP. So in the CSIP on page 3, or should I say page 23, and give me a minute to pull this up. It tells you who is in the investment fund, in the advisory board. Initial members of the advisory board shall be comprised of the advisory board of the Hill District Growth Fund. Vacancies shall be filled by the advisory board, and preference for new appointees shall be given to members of residents of the Hill District. So what you have is not in compliance with the CSIP, supersedes the CSIP, and is not due by the community as for the community. And there's been I've gotten quite a few comments about the Hill CDC getting a stipend. And it was brought to my attention because in 2015, I was living in Asia. I was in Seoul, South Korea. That there's this thing called the community, what is it called here? Oh, Greater Hill District Development Growth Fund. And from what I can see, in 2011 through 2015, the Hill CDC received $200,000 per year, which is $1 million. So the response I got back is that they've already been paid and they don't deserve a stipend. And if the advisory board agrees to give them a stipend, they will. And the other nonprofits also will get a stipend. So let's go to the AMI. The AMI is going to rise. People won't be able to qualify for community development block grant funds. And now the way this LERTA is supposed to be for several things, which I'll read from page 24 to CSIP. Monies in the reinvestment fund may be expended for administration of this plan, activities and efforts in support of the plan in the Greater Hill District, such as workforce development, job placement, NWBE business development initiatives, NWBE business counseling programs, children and youth education initiatives, mortgage assistance, rent assistance, development investment, and other wealth building initiatives and project development within the Greater Hill. The Hill residents need to make that decision, not the URA, not anybody else. And everybody needs to understand that. You took the land in 1955, and none of the residents that are now living on the hill are going to benefit from this Lower Hill development. The train has left the station. Let it leave. But the Hill District residents deserve to be a participant and somehow. And the reinvestment fund is one of those ways. So follow the CSIP. You can't pick and choose.
Mr. Bankston, I don't want to cut you off, but we need to move on to other people. So could you wrap up your comment? We kind of stopped enforcing the 3 minutes, but
okay, I'm about done.
Move on to other folks.
Thank you, sir. I'm about done. So in summary, the whole thing is not about the Lower Hill development. It's about the inclusions of the residents of the Hill. They're not included. We're losing residents. We're going to lose Miller School. So we don't have anything for our children. And moving forward, if we don't educate our children in grade school, we're going to birth another generation of people that are going to continually need help moving forward because of the way things are structured, meaning systemic racism. That's a fact. And we need to work together to try and solve these, and we can be a model for the rest of the country. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Felicity, you're unmuted. I believe Felicity's the last public commenter.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm going to begin my public comment in just a minute. I want to let you know that we received another message from someone, Denise Johnson, who was trying to give public comment as well, but I'll go ahead and you all can sort that out. My name is Felicity Williams. I am the Programs and Policy Manager at the Hill CDC and Special Assistant to our President and CEO. As part of my role, I staff the DRP, which you've heard from 2 individuals today. I wanted to give an update on the status of the project in the DRP process. So since the development team's second presentation and second set of failed scores in March 2021, there has been little to no progress. Furthermore, the development team has continued to fail to meet the specific requests of the DRP over the last 14 months to provide documentation that evidences sufficient progress in their commitments, including an updated term sheet and plans with budgets, timelines, and details that respond to the areas of both the CSIP and the master plan where their proposal has performed the most poorly. The term sheet the development team first circulated in March 2021 has not been updated since then, despite the development team's press releases, PowerPoint presentations, and public letters that state community investment has grown. The DRP committee's review is a technical assessment against the community's guiding documents. Decisions are not made as to whether any member of the DRP committee likes or supports the project, but rather how the project objectively measures against our community's guiding documents. It is the role of the DRP process to hold development projects accountable, regardless of who the developer is, and regardless of whether organizations, businesses, and individuals from the community are participating in the development project. Given the poor quality of the latest non-response from the development team to the DRP, it is the opinion of the DRP committee that the development team has effectively abandoned the process. In addition, the DRP committee feels the development team has spent the last several months circumventing the DRP process by seeking to secure support from other bodies and less informed individuals who do not have the full context of this development. The URA has facilitated the development team's ability to do so by creating a new scorecard and process that was distributed to the Executive Management Committee. Of utmost concern to the DRP is the development team's disregard for the Hill District's community review process and disregard for fulfilling the CSIP comprehensively, instead of picking select items or areas of interest. While the DRP recognizes the development team has been active, the totality of their activity is not in alignment with the specific action items in the focus areas of the CSIP. It is important that this development does not benefit just a group of businesses, organizations, and individuals, but rather, as the densest development on the site, provides returns to the entire community. Let's not fall prey to a false choice that we must choose between accountability and development. It's not an either or, but a both and. Thank you.
Daniel, see if Mrs. Denise Johnson is in the queue. We'd like for her to come forward and give public comment if she'd like to.
Yeah, I apologize for that oversight. I didn't see that come through. Yes, Ms. Denise, you are ready to comment if you would like to comment.
It looks like they're still muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I was listening to the news yesterday and saw where Bethel is going to be relocating close to their original location that was demolished. And I thought that was absolutely wonderful. But then I was thinking, I've been working on this project 12 years, and I don't remember seeing anything about the that particular project coming before the community. I'm not anti, I'm just concerned that there is a continuing pattern of disingenuous manipulations that has been going on ever since this project first started. And I hope that you listen to the comments that you've heard today and do the right thing and be a partner and not a foe. Thank you.
Thank you. So last call for public comment. Is there anybody else in the queue or anybody else who wants to speak at this point?
I think there may be one more from Debbie Marshall. I can unmute you quickly, and if you would like to speak, just let us know. Actually, she may not be in the meeting any longer. I don't see her.
Daniel, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can. Just could you speak a little louder?
Yeah, it seems to be kind of low, so I'm speaking up higher now. Yeah, so if nobody else wanted to speak, I just wanted to offer my comments as a Hill resident. Whenever you're ready.
You're good to go.
All right, so hello everybody. My name is Kimberly Ellis, and as you all know, because I just presented, I am the Director of Community Arts and Culture for BPG. But I'm speaking right now as a Hill resident, and there's just several things that I want to address. First of all, there is nobody that is involved in this process that does not have some sort of compromise one way or another. The Hill CDC is presently getting operating funds from the URA. That's a compromise. Anybody can point that out and say, well, how are you going to partner with that, right? I'm on the Hill Growth Fund. I was partly responsible, everybody knows this, for literally picketing the pens and the casino, right? Don Barton and his company, he gave money to the North Side, and he also gave money to the Hill District. Those of us who represent the Hill, we've created the Hill Growth Fund. We had to take so many classes on finance and investment, and we did our best, and we still made some mistakes. But one of the first things we did was to fund the Hill CDC. So AB is right, RB is right. And I have no problem with that because I felt that the Hill CDC should represent the community. The Pens have earned their distrust. That is just the honest fact of the matter. As a community, we have been frustrated and disappointed by a number of things that have happened. I was personally disappointed by the community benefits agreement. I didn't even sign it. I did not think that it was robust. I wanted more money to come for our grocery store, especially considering that Ron Burkle and he comes from literally a grocery store family. And I didn't think that the $1 million was enough because we needed a full grocery store. And let me just tell you, being a member of the Hill Growth Fund, who literally gave the gap financing money to open up the grocery store, the Shop and Save, unfortunately, one of the things that we didn't realize is that we realized it, but we wanted the store to open because our community needed it. We wanted to end our food desert, is that it was a bad deal. Shop and Save actually got far more out of the deal than we knew to do. So it's really important that we have proper expertise, that we have full transparency, that we have a more open process, a more transparent process with the community. It's just the right thing to do. I will have more comment about how we should do that later, but I understand that people are concerned because we made some bad choices. And I can talk a little bit more about that. And whenever our next community meeting will be, I'll talk about that. But overall, this idea that BPG or that the development partners don't want to sign, I think that that's incorrect. What has been happening is that the Hill CDC has been coming up with these demands and these requests, and in an ideal world, there's nothing wrong with these demands and these requests, but whether or not they should come directly from this development company is what is questionable. And one of the things that I talked about in the planning commission meeting is because I went to school in Atlanta and I learned so much about Mayor Maynard Jackson in Atlanta. And while he was still the mayor, I learned how he transformed generational wealth, right? This is something that we've been talking about, generational wealth. That he did that with the transforming the economic vitality of Atlanta's Black community through a single development project, the new airport. And there were affirmative action policies that changed the trajectory of the Black economy over a 5-year period. That legacy has continued. So not only did he help to create 25 Black millionaires in that time period, it reverberated throughout the community and not in a trickle down way. So I'm not understanding the disparaging of the minority and women's business contracts. Those are real contracts. We need real investment in business. I'm not understanding the disparaging around the construction. To Pastor Snyder specifically, the reason why you don't see many minorities or Black people working on the CAP project is because over and over again, they could not get those numbers for whatever reason. Like there would be this trial and then there would be this error, right? But that's not what's happening on this project. On this project, PJ Dick is committed to breaking down those contracts the way Mayor Maynard Jackson did in Atlanta. This information makes a very big difference, okay? So, and it's not just that, oh, Bomani works for BPG now and that I work for BPG. We've only been here 5 months. And to be honest with you, BPG and the development partners could not pay us enough to try to betray our community. So I just want to state that because we're not. We're bringing it home for the community, however and whenever and all the ways that we can do this. But a development project, they have to make money in order to share the money. You can't talk about the LERTA and then you don't want them to actually, finish making their profit and making a way. And also, if you're always under the pressure of being sued, you make different choices. So if you want to be a partner, be a real partner. And that's what I want to stress here. I understand that the Penns have earned their distrust, but this is a new day, and that's why they brought BPG on board. I was also reticent. I was also hesitant to even sign my contract. And one of the first question I asked is, where are you on the CSIP? Because I am committed to my community. But in my commitment to my community, I'm not going to let other people take advantage of community and make mistakes and mislead them. And there has been misinformation on all sides, including coming from the Hill CDC. So let's just be honest here about everything that has happened, and let's move forward in this next iteration of our history, because the rest of us, those of us who actually live in the Hill, right? We live here in a half vacant community, half vacant. So, and as I drive up and down the streets, I'm always so disappointed. I'm so sad about where we are. And the difference is capital. We need capital. We saw Trek Development come in and transform Dinwiddie in 1 year, where it sat there vacant and empty and decrepit for 30 years and probably more than that. So we do need capital. We do need investment. And that's just the way that capitalism goes in America. And we can take advantage of this opportunity. I'm glad that the URA has who they have, and not just Diamante Walker, including Sam Williams, including all of you. I'm very glad that you are all involved. I'm glad that the Hill residents are all involved. We are going to look out for the community. We are going to continue to look out for the community. The Hill CDC will continue to look out for the community, but we all have a part to play. And definitely things need to be way more transparent, and we need to work together in a way that will truly transform our community, because these children need it. Our community deserves it. And the city of Pittsburgh also needs to see us rise in a way that is transformative and that is meaningful. So I'll stop there. I just want to say that. And I'm speaking for myself, Kimberly Ellis, Frida's daughter, August Wilson's niece, as a Hill resident who presently lives here and lives the day-to-day reality, not just working at an office and not working for a Hill organization. I live here, I work here, and I plan to play here. So let's play together a little bit better than we have in the past as we move forward into the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So one more last call on public comment. Is anybody who hasn't addressed the board yet who wishes to do so? You have one last chance to raise your hand or hit us up in the chat or however we're doing this. There are none. Daniel, we got anybody?
Nope, Dylan, you can advance to the next.
Okay. So if there are none, then I just want to see if any of the members of the board have questions or comments or anything you guys want to get out there at this time. And we're going to wrap up with next steps at the end, but I want to give board members a chance to weigh in with any questions you might have.
I think, I know, I don't want to belabor the point in the time. I know we're way over. I think that I personally may have some questions about more clarity about the open space and would love to talk about that or just kind of get a update or ask my questions directly. But I didn't want to leave that out. But I also know, again, we are probably very over time at this point. So.
Yeah, I have some questions about the open space too, and maybe we can address them, or staff can address them to the board in between now and our next meeting. But one of the things I'm concerned about is how we didn't really hear much about like how community residents would access the open space. If it's going to be priced within reach of, is there going to be a fee for using the open space if you want to have a yoga on the lawn or whatever was in the pictures there? And can we make sure that it's actually accessible to residents? I also have a concern about First Amendment activity, or at least questions about First Amendment activity. I remember when, when the Occupy movement occupied, I think what's called Mellon Green, next to the BNY Mellon building downtown. This is now 10 years ago. But that is technically something similar. I think it's privately owned, but looks a whole lot like a park when you walk past it. So when the Occupy movement, took over that space, there were legal disputes about whether you can actually engage in First Amendment activity in privately owned public space. And I'm curious about, kind of how things like that will be managed. Not that anybody wants to pitch a tent necessarily outside the FNB Tower, but First Amendment activity is important.
I share those concerns, Sam, and Lindsay's too, but I also feel a little fried at this point to go deep into it.
Yeah.
Really quickly, Sam, to that point, if people are taking notes so that we can have a thorough discussion, and this is really quick, but public safety, I think in a lot of these privately owned public spaces, if we're talking about folks who may utilize these spaces in the way that they weren't intended, if there becomes a kind of public health, public safety concern, how those will be addressed and how we can incorporate possibly the Office of Community Health and Safety and alternative first responders to some of the incidents that may happen in this space. I would also like them to be a part of the conversation, but again, not for tonight.
I think it's a general usage question, right? Like in all ways that could use some clarity.
Yeah, agreed. I do have a
Sam, we will ensure that the board, Sam, we will ensure that we're taking notes, and we will ensure that the board gets response from the developer and the project team working on this to answer any questions that come up that we don't have time to kind of litigate today.
Yeah, that would be great. On some of these questions, I think there are actually legal precedents for how this sort of space is handled. I just don't know what they are. I do have a question. I don't know if this can be answered immediately, Diamante, for you, for the staff, or if you have to get back to us on this, but I'm kind of curious, having heard arguments that some of the EMC members should be quote unquote conflicted out of providing their input to us on how they feel this project is fulfilling its obligations under the CSIP. whether if you took those folks out of the responses that we got, would that materially impact the kind of the overall ratings that we were shown this evening?
We did run the numbers to take out any of the members that were asserted as conflicted, and the scores actually go up higher. I think in my opinion, looking at the scorecard, I think that everybody who responded ethically and were very fair and balanced. And, we didn't see any wide swings between community and government. If anything, I think that government was very, very thoughtful, and the community was very honest about areas where they thought more needed to be done. And we wanted to make that transparent. So if you take those members out that were deemed conflicted, the scores actually go up based on who responded to the scorecard. But I want to reiterate that I don't see a singular scorecard as a replacement for, the Lower Hill Executive Management Committee governing itself the way that it deems that it should be, governed. Our goal was to meet the board's request to give you something. And the last thing that I wanted to do was do my own assessment. I really wanted that assessment to come from those that sit around that table and work so diligently, every week to try to get this right. So hopefully we've done what the board has asked.
We certainly understand that and appreciate it. Thanks.
Did we if you include public comment to the scorecard responses, do we have 100% engagement then?
Yes, we have 100% engagement, and we actually, again, with the numbers, because it's a numerical thing, if two respondents gave it the lowest score, it still ranks a 3. And so, I don't want to replace people actually responding to the scorecard, but we did do a model where if they got the lowest scores possible, there would still be a 3.
Any other questions? Obviously, we don't have to get them all out now, but anything else, final comments from anyone on the board? Councilman Lavelle, you want to add anything here before we wrap up?
Sure. I was actually planning on not speaking because this is a daily conversation for me, including earlier today. So I was going to let all the other board members get their thoughts and questions on the table. But with that being said, I do have 2 questions for the development team. Are they still with us?
Yes, they're here.
Yeah.
Okay. So my first question is, are you all willing to commit to finishing the DRP process?
Yep. Yes, we are, Councilman Lavelle. And I apologize because after 4 hours, my brain's a little fried as well. But are you basically, are you referring to finishing a process of engagement? I think on Friday we had a call, and on Saturday we responded. So I don't know what the vibration is, but on Saturday we responded with feedback. So we weren't planning to stop that engagement process.
Okay, thank you. My second question, because this was also brought up by numerous attendees.
I'm sorry, Daniel. I'm sorry. I think Chris responded to the EMC, but that's not what you asked.
Oh, DRP process. Oh, the DRP process.
The development
thank you, Dr. Ellis. Thank you, Dr. Ellis.
You all are essentially in the middle of it now. The next phase is to continue meeting with the DRP to review the project. Eventually, hopefully, then having a community meeting whereby the DRP would present your project to the larger community. And so I'm asking, are you willing to finish that process?
So let me say something really quickly that we have concerns about the DRP process, and they're very real concerns, and so do other members of the community. So one of the things that I would like to do is let's present to the entire community first. Before we decide what to do with regard to the DRP process. It's just very important. We're at a critical point in history, and we can't sugarcoat these things anymore.
So my response to that would be do both. Have a meeting where you can present to the entire community, but also finish the DRP process. I've said since you all initially got involved in this process that I wanted to see you all finish that process out. And I think that's respectful of the community, whether or not we have issues with the process. What I will tell you is every developer has issues with the process. So that's not my main concern, but I do believe that process should be finished.
And did you say that every developer has had issues with the process?
Every developer I've ever experienced has issue with any community input. So that's, I mean, that's kind of normal.
Okay, so that I wasn't responding for the whole team. That I just wanted to put my input, but let's go back.
And I'm willing to get in a room and help work through issues, but I do believe it's important to finish the public community process that you all started.
Councilman, I was a little discouraged by some of the comments earlier about our team. And I think what Dr. Ellis just pointed out is this is a team. This isn't about, Chris Puccini. It's about a team, a locally based team that, they're driving the bus on a lot of this. And so we respect where you're coming with this, and obviously willing to work with you.
Thank you. My second question is regarding the actual term sheet. Are you willing to sign all the commitments that you've made up until this point, as well as any additional stuff we may work through over the next couple of weeks?
Yes, yes, we would. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
We would be willing to set, so the term sheet and the summary terms that we've been going back and forth with now for a few weeks or months, we've always said we would certainly sign that, and anything else we would agree with going forward, we would sign as well.
Okay, thank you. With all that being said, I said to the Planning Commission I guess last month, whenever we met with them, that in my personal opinion, it's time to move forward. This has been 10 years in the making. A lot of those who spoke today have been put their blood, sweat, and tears into trying to move this development forward, trying to move this community forward. And unfortunately, this singular development can't solve all the issues that have plagued our community since 1955 when it was torn asunder by government, right? Government, we have our own role that we have to play to restore justice to our community. The development team also has a role to play. And I believe we're in a much better place than where we were months ago, 6 months ago, a year ago. That's not to say this is perfect, but it is to say this allows our community to begin redeveloping itself. It does allow people in our community to begin going to work so that they can economically benefit from this actual development, which, as anyone who's ever heard me talk about this, has been my goal since day one. To leverage the Lower Hill development to economically transform the rest of the community so that those residents that choose to stay can choose to stay and thrive because they're in an economically better situation. With that being said, I want all to know that that doesn't mean that the fight, the tussle, the arguments end here, right? I will, and I believe the development team would attest to this, continue to work with them, continue to work with the EMC, the DRP, to ensure that every step of the way, we're achieving every goal possible to make this as transformative as possible. But I do believe at some point in time, you also have to be willing to accept when you've gained a victory, and I do believe we have a victory, but that doesn't mean we stop playing the game, right? We want to win the next game and the next one and the next inning and make the next shot as well. And so that's sort of my commitment to this project moving forward. I would also just recommend to the URA board, because this is a board briefing, and so the real idea here was for you all to be able to ask 1,000,001 questions of the development team, but we run a little long. I would recommend having an executive session where we can talk through a lot of the questions that you all have texted me or put into chats or I've seen going back and forth, so that we can fully debrief on this prior to us taking any vote.
There will be an executive session scheduled.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. You want to throw the next slide up that has the next steps? Because there we go. So we're at the top there on May 26th. We have board meeting scheduled for June 10th. So that's a little more than 2 weeks away to actually take a vote on all these Lower Hill items. So once again, members of the public can register for public comment or submit their public comment in writing in advance. But really our next step is to have the board members digest everything that we've heard today, get any outstanding questions answered, review all those questions through an executive session meeting, and then reconvene on June 10th to actually entertain votes on all the various action items that we've talked about today. There is separately, you'll see there on the calendar, there's a regular board meeting of the URA on June 17th as well. The Lower Hill items will be discussed and voted on separately from the rest of the June agenda. And with that, unless there's any other final words from other board members or questions anybody wants to get out there, I want to thank all the members of the public for their time and attention. And it's been a more than 4-hour long board meeting now. I thank the development team for preparing incredibly thoughtful and robust overview of this project for the board. I want to thank Councilman Lavelle for his leadership on all of this through many years. And we look forward to debating this and talking about it as a board and making a decision on June 10th. So with that, I think we need a motion to adjourn. The only vote we're going to take today is to end this 4-hour meeting.
So the development team would just like to thank everyone for their patience. It's I think the depth of the content, it's obvious how much is going into it by a lot of people from both the community and the development team. So we do really appreciate everyone being so patient and listening to everything. So thank you so much. And we look forward to speaking on the 10th again and in between.
Absolutely. Thank you. I think Rep. Gainey made a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, so much. Have a great night.